It's the NBA on 2K Sports. I'm Kevin Harlan alongside Clark Kellogg and Greg Anthony. And now the opening lineup for Phoenix. Klay Thompson is out there with Kidd. Then it's Kwame Brown, and it's Sigma in at the 5. And for Phoenix, Williams is out there with O'Neal. Then there's Devin Booker. And it's Green, and it's Brooks in its small forward.
Here we go.
And it's the Suns to start out. To the middle. Williams kicks to Brooks. That drops. And it comes off an assist from Williams.
Tell you what, Brooks is never short on confidence. Always believes his shot is going down.
Thompson outside. Connects from three-point range.
Come at us, and we're coming right back at you.
A little back and forth from long range. I love it. That's a terrific answer there.
Here is Sigma. It's up a three. And again, Klay Thompson for 3. Thompson's got 6.
The blend of confidence and skill, beautiful to see. Thompson knew all he needed was the ball in his hands.
Back to Green. Kicks it out to Booker. Brooks with no one around. A three-pointer, no good. Here is Sigma. Shoots the 3. Another 3 for Phoenix.
And you got to get out on Rice because he will make you pay from deep.
Inside, Brooks. And the dunk by Brooks.
Nothing like taking it to the hole yourself.
Just over a minute and a half played here in this one. Looking around the NBA, Devin Booker, GA, is as good as any two-guard out there.
Obviously, we know how Devin scores it, but what we love, he also can run your offense, and he gives good effort defensively.
Now Brown, following the three-point attempt by Dylan Brooks. A shot by Thompson, and no one's around. Gets it to go from beyond the arc.
I really believe we can go ahead now and lock Klay Thompson in on the short list of the greatest pull-up shooters in the NBA. And we might be talking the all-time list here.
Now here's Kidd after Jalen Green's miss. Brown feeling out a bit. 5 to shoot. Here's Rice. Shot's good. Brown making the play. Rice has got his second basket.
Yeah, they built up this lead 3 points at a time.
And I like the strategy. It's a great strategy. Bury those threes early, and it'll open up the inside for them later on.
And the Suns call their first time out of the game. And here in the first, approaching 3 minutes played. And Booker gets to Green. He's looking to finds him.
Mark Williams feasting big time above the rim.
Phoenix leading by 8. Thompson for 3. They get it back. Over Green. Nice shot by Thompson. Thompson's got 11 points.
Excellent all-around performance so far against the big league.
Yeah, you know, they've had the advantage at both ends. They've got all the momentum early on.
And the wide-open shot from Green. Good on the three-point shot.
The corner isn't always a great spot, but we know he's got the skill to hit the rim.
And it's Thompson that time on the assist by Kidd. Kidd's got 5 assists in the game.
Displaying intensity right off the opening tip, especially on the offensive end.
I'll tell you what, forget about easing into the game. They came out with guns blazing.
Now Brown, after Jalen Green's three-pointer that didn't go. There's the triple. Another 3 for Phoenix.
And that's exactly what he's looking for, draining the triple.
Outside, O'Neal. Back to Booker. Booker draws the double. O'Neal passes to Booker. Here's Brooks. Score the basket is third after 5 shots.
Good job by Brooks. Getting a close-in look and capitalizing.
Pass to Rice. Over Brooks. Again, Phoenix.
Finding a look inside the arc. How about the focus that time?
Phoenix trails by 13. kicks to Brown. From outside, off the mark. And so Booker will bring it up for the Suns. The shake. Inside. And Booker throws it down.
And once Booker has some momentum, get out of his way, throwing himself towards the rim off the drive.
And Thompson gets it to go.
And this is the game plan for him. He's a big part of their floor spacing.
And you know what? It's all about the long-distance game for him tonight. He's getting it done from out there.
Drops in the tray.
And an eye for an eye. Both teams working to stretch the floor.
Nothing like answering back. One team gets three, fire three of your own.
Klay Thompson has been leading the charge for Phoenix. Why even bring it inside when you got him on the perimeter? After that quarter, his three-point total stands at 6. We've got more in store for you right after this. And so far through one quarter, it's been a lopsided game. We'll see if that changes here in a second. And a moment here to take a look at the scoring breakdown for Phoenix.
You know, so far in this one, these guys have been knocking it down from distance. You've got to like their confidence as this game continues. They're on a nice roll.
And one other thing they've done well today, guys, share the ball. I mean, set up teammates and just playing unselfishly.
On Phoenix looking
Put that man in the dunk contest.
Kid, another three for Phoenix.
Well, I think Kidd surprised the defense there, going for the quick stop and pop.
Here's Gillespie. It's hauled in by Sigma. Sigma's got his 4th rebound in this one. Phoenix leading by 16. Thompson passes to Rice. That's in, coming off the assist from Thompson. Rice has got 14.
And look at how Rice is just totally ready for the moment. Just put the ball in his hands, and he's good to go.
Pass to Allen. Lets it go from deep. And it's Phoenix with the rebound.
And not allowing the shooter even an inch of breathing room on that one.
And, guys, that's exactly the kind of high-impact defense they want to see out of him.
And the Suns call time here. Klay Thompson with a strong contribution so far in this one.
Well, they have one thing to talk about. How do we stop this guy from knocking down threes?
Phoenix trails by 19. And now approaching 2 minutes of action.
Love his work moving that ball around like that.
And Phoenix has possession. Thompson outside. To the left wing. Takes the three. Another three for Phoenix.
How about this offensive barrage from Rice? Totally unstoppable right now.
Here's Gillespie. He's covered by Kidd. Kidd with the steal. Here's Rice. Good in the assist to Kidd. Kidd's got assist number 8 here in this one already.
And this offense is in a perfect rhythm. And you can see how they're finishing their play.
Boy, this is borderline ridiculous. I mean, every single attempt finding the bottom of the bucket.
And they keep hammering away at them inside, forcing the ball into the paint.
Outside Kidd. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Lets the 3 fly. They get the rebound.
2 minutes remaining in the first half.
Goes back up. That one doesn't go.
I think he'd love to have that one back. Got the ball right where he wanted to and couldn't convert.
Pass to O'Neal from downtown. Drains it from beyond the arc. O'Neal's got 6.
Good on Brooks for making that extra pass. That was the smart play.
On the wing, Thompson. Defended by Booker.
Come get it, come get it.
On the wing, Thompson. 20 points for him. And here is this kid. Launches it. The shot is good. And so is his shooting tonight. 3 for 4.
Oh, man, that was cold-blooded. Nasty. Kid putting the opposition on notice with the three-point answer.
Brooks misses. Here is Sigma. Still yet to score. And Thompson launches it. Another 3 for Phoenix.
And that was from the parking lot. You got to be impressed with how accurate Thompson is from way outside.
Pass to Richards. To the paint. And O'Neal with the basket on the assist from Booker. 8 points for him.
Get the ball in close. Get your points that way. That's doing good business.
And Thompson puts up a deep 3. Another 3 for Phoenix.
Well, Thompson is having no trouble finding himself shots, and he'll just keep pouring them in as long as he can.
No good from Booker. Phoenix controlling this game. They lead by 24, their biggest margin. The 3, good. Another 3 for Phoenix.
Unwilling to let up even for a moment. That's his killer instinct, just fanning the flames.
Yeah, I love the fact he doesn't play before. He just keeps coming, attack mode. He doesn't know how to step off the gas pedal.
Yeah, just solid work on the back end of that play.
Yep, you're right. Finish hard with 2 hands on that stuff.
Yeah, highly efficient. Nothing extra special there. Just effective.
And so it's Phoenix holding a very comfortable 25-point lead as the quarter comes to a close. From the field, they have been outstanding. Amazing shooting. That's what has them headed to a blowout. And we'll be back with you shortly. Well, we've got a second half of basketball for you. We think it's going to be pretty good. A big comeback, though, is needed for this game to be competitive, and it probably has to happen quickly. Klay Thompson has been sensational.
And how about the amount he's contributing in the scoring column through 2 quarters? He has been terrific.
And you know what? They've come at him a few different ways defensively, and nothing has slowed him down.
And with a big gap on the scoreboard, the second half begins with very different goals for these teams. One side trying to mount a comeback, one side trying to protect their lead. Brooks dishes to O'Neal. Nice ball movement by Phoenix. Booker, no good. Booker's gone 1 of 3 on the night. He's got one to O'Neal. Evan Booker out there with Green. Then there's Dylan Brooks. And it's Williams at center, working down the middle. That's who's out there for Phoenix. And here's Green outside. Phoenix grabs the miss. Sigma's got 8 rebounds in this game. Green's gone just 1 of 4 from deep. Thompson in the corner. Another 3 for Phoenix.
Just another spot on the court where he can hurt you from. Thompson efficient in the corners.
Here's the tip up, and he gets it to go.
Oh, with touch.
And a minute played as the second half gets going. Out to the right wing. Thompson for 3. Another 3 for Phoenix.
It's been this way since halftime. Tremendous production from beyond the arc.
Boy, it's been a 3-point barrage. They came out gunning and have not stopped.
Pass to Williams. Booker in the corner. Bounces high off the rim and drops. Booker's got 6.
And brilliant play from Booker. Got it away in time before the defense could close.
Outside Kidd. 6 on the shot clock. Over to the wing. Here's Price. And a by Kidd as that one goes in. Rice has got 22.
Hey, whatever adjustments they made at halftime, they are working to perfection.
You know, they came out of the locker room, revved up the gas pedal, and haven't slowed down yet.
And Greg, you watch Jalen Green. So much upside potential.
Yeah, he could be streaky, but one of the most combustible scorers in the league. When he's on, he can take over single-handedly.
Brooks against Brown. Pass to Kidd. A three. Another three for Phoenix.
Oh, the concentration from Kidd at the arc. A big part of how he stays consistent from there.
Down low to stop the run. And it's Williams throwing it down.
Pounding it home is always a good feeling.
The deep three from Thompson. Another three for Phoenix.
Well, you got to admire and appreciate the unselfishness. I mean, Kidd always looking up and looking out for his guys. I mean, excellent at finding the open man.
Booker against Kidd. And Booker gets to Brooks. Tried to come right back with the three of his own, but it's no good. And it's Phoenix's ball. Their defense has only allowed 6 points in the second half. Booker against Kidd. And it's Phoenix scoring again.
And we're used to J. Kidd dishing the assist. Great to see him pouring in some points tonight.
There's Green with the three. It's hauled in by Brown. Brown's got 6 rebounds in the game. From deep three-point land, another three for Phoenix.
And this is important for Kidd's confidence. When he's connecting from outside, everything else becomes easier.
Booker the pass to Green. Booker outside. Pass to Williams. It's hauled in by Sigma. It's a 4-second differential between the shot clock and game clock. That's a 2 from Kidd. Offensive rebound. Here's Rice. Back to Brown. And stolen by Booker. To the inside. Finished off by Williams.
That's a double whammy, guys.
That's right. A great defensive play. And the emphatic stuff.
Well, turning defense to offense, we talk about it all the time. Try to hit your opponent at the other end before.
And so it's Phoenix able to put on a show for the ages. And with as many three-pointers as they bring, it's easy to supply. They're on the cusp of a blowout. And we'll be right back after this. And how about a look now at our assist of the game? Brought to you by State Farm.
And, you know, you can always count on him for at least a couple of these pretty assists over the course of a game. And this one, a thing of beauty.
It sure is. I mean, he's a maestro. Great vision, terrific IQ, everything you want in a point guard.
And as we head into the fourth, we'll see if there's a comeback in the works or if it's more of the same from the first 3 quarters. On Phoenix, looking who they've got on the floor. They've got Klay Thompson. He's out there with Jason Kidd. And it's Sigma in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. They swipe it. Here's Gillespie. Phoenix, no good that time either. Gillespie has gotten just one of his 4 attempts from the floor tonight. Drills the three-pointer.
Offensively, defensively, they are in total control.
And don't leave out the coaching staff here now. I mean, their game plan has been perfect.
Here's Gillespie. He's covered by Kidd. Shot clock at 6. Kicks it out to Booker. 17-footer goes down.
And that's lethal. I love how Booker's eyes light up when he gets a mid-range opportunity.
And here's Brown outside. Good in the assist to Kidd.
Well, and this has been their strategy throughout the fourth period. We'll see how it pans out.
You know what? Teams can get a little three-happy down the stretch sometimes. Letting it fly.
Booker, no good. And here's Phoenix. A great fourth quarter, just giving up 2 points. Kidd They get it back. Outside Kidd. A three ball. Good again. He's on tonight. 9 for 13 shooting.
Known as a pass-first player, that's who Jason Kidd is. He doesn't shy away from shooting off the catch when he has opportunity.
Fires the three. And it's Gillespie missing. And it's Phoenix's ball. They're on a 12-4 run right now. Good on the shot.
Looking confident on that jumper. You've got to be decisive to get that one off quick.
And a miss there on the triple.
Oh, man, you know he'd love to have that one over.
Down low. And he uses the glass on the layup. Kidd's got 7 points for the quarter.
And Kidd using that size well inside. Fantastic with the read of the knee there and exploiting the weakness.
Now Richards. Kicks it out to Booker. Carries it from three-point range. Booker's got 9 points here in the second half.
That's just excellent awareness right there. I mean, sensing the defensive overcommitment and then taking advantage of it, that's good basketball.
Allen passes to Gillespie. To the middle. Here's Richards. And it is flushed down with a nice jam.
Well, you know, this is what you like about him as a facilitator. He hits his man where he can do something with the rock.
Here's Sigma. Falls back and drains the fadeaway jumper.
It's a rather unique shooting form. Sigma puts that ball way behind his head, but I'll tell you what, it's basically unblockable.
Wow, what a pass there. He made that a very easy basket with that setup.
Kidd kicks to Rice. Good in the assist to Kidd. Rice has got 25 points.
The man has no heart, and that's poor defense for a team that has a long way to catch up.
They look pretty demoralized to me, and that always shows through at the defensive end first.
Nothing seems to be going his way this quarter.
To me, it appears he's starting to lose his composure a little bit. We'll see if he can regroup and get back into a better rhythm.
Now here's Kidd. Phoenix needs to get off the shot. Great open look there.
Saw the opportunity to put this away and did not turn it down.
And, you know, this run shows what kind of attitude this team has. I mean, the win is there. Go get it.
5-second differential between the shot clock and the game clock. And he stuffs it. What a pass to set him up.
And when I look at the box score, a higher percentage of assisted buckets is a great sign. Tells you the team is playing well offensively.
Outside Kidd. And so it's Phoenix easily grabbing this one. presents the NBA with Hall of Famer Doris Burke and Greg Anthony. This is Kevin Harlan. Here are the starters for Los Angeles. In the forward positions, James and Hachimura. The guard pair will be Doncic and Reed. And it's Ayton in at center.
Here we go.
And for Phoenix, we've got Thompson. He's out there with Kidd. And it's Rice in at the small forward. Inside, here's Ayton. And Ayton throws it down.
Well, Mr. Ayton decides, why just lay it up when you can finish with authority?
And as the days and months go by, Greg, it still may take us some time to get over the shock of last season's trade of Luka Doncic.
And we know the question marks as far as conditioning and defense that led to it. But hard to bet against the talent of his caliber.
Here's Doncic. Jason Kidd making his last shot. Hachimura finds Ayton. Over Sigma. And Ayton the bucket on the assist by Hachimura.
Excellent pass. You love seeing the unselfishness.
Outside Kidd. Over in the corner, Brown. Knocks down the three ball.
And he likes to get in a rhythm early. Nice triple.
Here in the first, a little over a minute played so far. Steps back. Doncic. And the dunk by Doncic.
It does not happen too often, but boy, when Luka gets the opportunity to throw it down, he relishes it.
Right side Kidd. Again, Phoenix.
Poor design there defensively. They know he's a knockdown shooter from that spot.
That's not coming with the right mentality. The defender neither closes the space nor challenges the shot. That's frustrating as a coach, boy.
Doncic, no good. And it's Phoenix's ball. They set the pick for three. Kidd, another three for Phoenix.
The concentration from Kidd at the arc, a big part of how he stays consistent from there.
The three for Doncic. That doesn't go either for Doncic.
Boy, that's a case where he may have been too focused on answering back with his own three.
Here is Sigma. Thompson right side. There's the three. Drills it from outside.
Well, nice play by Klay Thompson, one of the best shooters in the catch-and-shoot game.
Pass to James. LeBron's playing days are over. And GA, who knows when that will be. What will you remember most about his play?
You know, I don't think there's ever been a player who came into the league with such lofty expectations and not only met those expectations, but fair to say, he's exceeded them.
And the Lakers making a change here. Connects checked in.
What's remarkable about LeBron is the complete command of the game. Not only his team, but your opponents joke about how well he knows their plays.
They've been excellent so far, coming in with a well-balanced attack.
On the offensive end, it feels like they're getting the shots they want, and defensively, they are connected in an all-in.
And so J.J. Redick will call a timeout. He made the decision to huddle up with his guys and talk about strategy. Stolen. Pass to Thompson. Fires the three. Another three for Phoenix.
You know what? They've been on a nice run here, have the ability to widen the gap. Now they are rolling.
This is a dominant stretch. I am so impressed with how they've played together as a unit over this last stretch.
Here's Rice. And it's Phoenix scoring again.
Yeah, we're seeing some fireworks from them already.
Well, what I love is the game plan has been solid from the opening tip, and guys are making their shots. That's critical.
Reeves with it. He's covered by Kidd. LeBron left side. Just 4 to shoot. Los Angeles needs to get out the shot here. And there's the whistle. 3-second violation. And the Lakers with some changes. Jackson Hayes is checked in for 8. Maxi Kleber comes in for LeBron. And it's Gabe Vincent in for Austin Reed. Now here's Kidd. 10 points for him. Pass to Sigma. Good in the assist to Kidd.
Getting it done on both ends, and it shows up in the score.
Well, what I love is the energy they're bringing right now. They're ignoring the scoreboard and playing hard.
Connect with it. He's covered by Thompson. Vincent target.
That's why he's in this league. Connect is deadly from deep.
Pass to Sigma. Another three for Phoenix.
And an eye for an eye. Both teams working to stretch the floor.
Well, that three-point shot just gives you so much room to operate on the offensive end.
Doncic way outside. And the last second attempt is not going for him. And as the first quarter wraps up, already a double-digit lead. Phoenix leads by 19. And glad to have you with us, folks. Second quarter of basketball. This game has not exactly been neck and neck, but plenty of time left in this one. What do you guys think so far about the offensive approach for Phoenix?
We've got a bunch of this game yet to be played, but they're shooting it well from the three-point line. That's got to be a welcome sight.
And their assist total, also impressive early, creating with the pass and playing for teammates.
Taking a look at Los Angeles. Gabe Vincent is out there with Austin Reeves. Then there's Hayes. And it's Connect in at the free spot.
Oh, good touch from the interior. That's a high percentage shot.
Phoenix leading by 20. Outside Kidd. Takes a three. A rebound by the Lakers.
And he didn't punish them for the weak coverage there, but they can't count on him to continue this.
Bucket is good. Vincent's got 6 points.
Terrific move. He sees the opening and doesn't hesitate.
And here is Kidd. 10 points for him. Out to the right wing. Here's Sigma. Offensive rebound. On the wing, Thompson. Shots good. Brown making the play. 12 points for him.
And so many teams now look to establish the perimeter to set up everything else.
No doubt it's a growing trend, Greg, and he is highly accurate tonight.
And so J.J. Redick will call a timeout. Coach is going to take a few minutes to regroup and go over the strategy. Doncic is checked in for the Lakers. Smart comes in for Vincent. On the wing, Doncic. Pass to Smart. Back to Doncic. In the corner, Smart with it. Gets it from downtown. Smart's got himself on the board with 3 there.
Well, it doesn't get any prettier than a corner three. Marcus Smart would agree on that one.
Here's Rice. Another three for Phoenix.
Yeah, he makes that short corner shot look almost effortless.
And Reeves has got the ball here for Los Angeles. Hayes with the screen for Reeves. To the paint. Hayes throws it down.
Oh, that's a pretty bounce pass. Nice.
Phoenix leading by 19 points. Over in the corner, Brown. Misses the three. Here are the Lakers. Pass to Kleba. Shoots a three. It's hauled in by Sigma. Phoenix with the ball. 22 is their biggest lead. Isaac from 19, and it's Phoenix scoring again.
And with the lead, I like the strategy here. Continue to get the ball to guys who can do something with it.
One thing we've learned in the NBA, the game is never over, so you've got to continue to score, continue to build your lead.
Reeves can't hit. Here is Sigma, covered by Hayes. Now here's Smart. Reeves in the corner. Hayes, and Hayes throws it down.
Oh, great job of recognition, finding the open man.
Phoenix leading by 19. Thompson in the corner. Good in the assist to Kidd. Thompson's got 15 points.
We know that Klay Thompson is able to sustain an offense all by himself for stretches of a game.
Smart deciding where to go with it. Hayes throws it down.
You have to be ready to deliver the ball at the perfect time. What a great
seconds left in the first half. And here's Kidd from the arc. Another three for Phoenix.
Well, listen, I like the bucket, but defensively, you've got to be better.
No one near Reeves as he lets it go. And he can't answer back. The three-pointer offline. And Phoenix has possession. They lead by the biggest margin of the game, 23 points.
And if you look at this first half, overall, they just had the better shot selection.
And I think, obviously, when you see the execution and the willingness to make the next pass, so important.
And, guys, he's not an easy man to stop when he's got the rim in his sight.
Never has been, never will be. He is a determined finisher. And through the first half, a pretty lopsided affair. Phoenix ahead, opening up a huge gap. And we'll be back for the second half following the break. Keep it right here on 2K Sports. From the first two. So far, it has been a runaway. Klay Thompson has been sensational.
And you know he's going to put up points every time out, but boy, he made it look so easy in that first half.
And let's see if he continues that trend the rest of the way. He certainly has the talent and the endurance to do just that.
There's Brown, and it's Sigma in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. That's who's out there for Phoenix. A nice shot by Doncic.
Boy, at his size, Luka Doncic against a quality contest, able to still finish it.
Kidd with it. 13 points in the game. Thompson in the corner. Good in the assist to Kidd. Kidd's got his ninth assist in the game now.
And Thompson thrives in those catch-and-shoot situations.
To the middle. Here's Reeves. Marvelous lead pass, and he throws it down.
Boy, something so good about a perfectly placed lead pass. That is nice.
Pass to Rice. Fires from deep. Another three for Phoenix.
And they have been relentless from deep. And you see the defense trying to react, but to no avail.
Well, that's the whole point, isn't it? If you space the floor low enough, it's almost impossible for the defense to account for everyone.
And that one goes out of bounds. Nice touch by Brown. Bowen, he's checked in for Brown. Third quarter here, over a minute and a half into it. Reeves finds Doncic. For the three. It's rebounded by Jason Kidd. Doncic has gone 2 for 7 from the field. Kidd passes to Sigma from past the arc, and he's good on the three ball. Sigma's got 17.
Boy, you have to be impressed with the offensive production. They have got it firing on all cylinders.
And at this point, it is their game to lose. They've done such a good job building the lead.
Here's Thompson, and out of bounds as Los Angeles gains possession. The Lakers making a switch here. Vincent's checked in.
Number 7, Gabe Vincent.
Just under 2.5 minutes into the third quarter now. Inside, here's and the dunk by James.
Goes to
LeBron James, one of the great showmen to ever lace them up. How about that finish, folks?
Now Kidd. He's got 13. To the left side wing. Another three for Phoenix.
Nice recognition of the closing defender. Got it away there in a hurry.
And here's LeBron outside. Rebounded by Bowen.
2 minutes
And it's
remaining.
Phoenix's ball. Still on a 15-6 run. Kidd, good.
And we're used to J. Kidd dishing the assist. Great to see him pouring in some points tonight.
Hit his leg. And the ref
Defensive
saying he kicked
violation.
it.
Check ball.
James checked in for the Lakers.
Substitution for Los Angeles. Number 9, Bronny James.
Phoenix on defense. Their defense has only allowed got 6 points in the second half. James sets the screen for Doncic. On the wing, James. Just fine on the clock. Shot is good off the back rim and in. LeBron's got 4 points in the quarter.
Oh, the rhythm and timing for LeBron James. No hesitation off the catch. Love to see it.
All night he's been recognizing the mismatch and taking advantage.
Thompson against James. Doncic outside. Here's Vincent. Good. And the assist goes to Doncic. Doncic has got his 7th assist in the game.
The guy with extraordinary vision, Luka Doncic with the find.
Outside Kidd. On the wing, Thompson. Another 3 for Phoenix.
You see an opportunity beyond the arc, and you capitalize.
And so it's Doncic with it. He brings it up for Los Angeles. 36 seconds left in the third. Kept alive. And here's James outside. Good D by Thompson.
And the way he was able to reach out towards that release had an impact.
Well, no question, he altered that shot, and most of the time, that's just as good as blocking.
Drains the three-pointer.
How about Klay Thompson, a career average of north of 40%? You better get a hand up when he's in three-point territory.
LeBron kicks to James. That 3 off the mark. Here's Kidd. And so it's Phoenix holding an unbelievable lead as the quarter wraps up. The three-point shooting has come fast and furious to the tune of what has become a big and a worthy candidate tonight as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
And I'm glad this was the pick because I love this pass. Such a great dish. That's what I call court vision.
Well, making the game easy for your teammates. All about putting them in a position to score. That's pretty.
And there may not be a lot of time on the stretch as we head into the fourth quarter, but stranger things have happened. So the Lakers 5 right now. The connectors out there with Austin Reed. Then it's Jake LaRavia. Then there's Jared Vanderbilt. And it's Hayes. At the 5 spot. Maxi Kleber, he's checked in for Jackson Hayes. Down low. The shot's good from Vanderbilt.
How about the inbound pass there? Easy bucket.
Hit up top. He's defended by Reed. Kidd gets the bucket.
A one-man show offensively, and that's almost always good news for his team.
Reeves. And it's Phoenix with the rebound. Sigma's got his 5th rebound right now in the game. Thompson inside the line. Again, Phoenix.
You cannot afford to give Klay Thompson even an inch of space. This guy can pull up on a dime.
Reeves with it. Picked up by Thompson. Here's Connect. Gets the three-pointer to fall.
Well, you can see the priority is protect the paint. And so you kick it out to 3. Perfect read on the offensive end.
Sigma with the bucket.
And guys getting into a nice groove here, starting to feel it.
And this is partly what the game has become, right? A matter of dueling three-point opportunities.
And it's LaRavia missing. This could get even more out of hand if they continue to put up points.
Wow, Kevin, what a performance we are seeing.
Since the three-pointer.
The man has no heart, and that's poor defense for a team that has a long way to catch up.
Well, credit the offense, though. If you're going to come with casual defensive effort, this team's responsibility is to take advantage, and they do.
And it's Phoenix's ball. Releases from 15. Sigma with the bucket. Sigma's got 22.
And this offense is in a perfect rhythm, and you can see them finishing their plays.
Well, what great game planning, what great execution. It doesn't get much better than this. Might be undersized for a 4, but that vertical more than makes up for it. Boy, he looks and will take that shot every time. Just won't go.
And the dunk by Vanderbilt.
Boy, you cannot put it in a much better spot than that. Wow.
To the wing right side. Rice, and a great assist by Kidd as that one goes in. Rice has got 9 points here in the second half. Intercepted.
2 minutes remaining in the game.
Here is Sigma. .151 left to play in the final quarter. 6 to shoot. Hooked away. Here's LaRavia. LaRavia slams it in.
As we see Connect expand his game, Dalton will get more active as a passer.
Outside Kidd. 1:24 left in the fourth quarter. Rice, no good. Reeves in the corner. Here's Connect. And it's off from three-point range. And here's Phoenix. Here is Sigma. Pass to Rice. Upside Kidd. This one for 3. Rebounded by the Lakers.
And even with good coverage defensively that time, he has confidence to drill the 3.
Reeves the pass to LaRavia. There's the screen. Back to Reeves. Offline with his 3.
It's almost like he's trying to make things hard on himself. You know, he's just got to slow the game down, try to get some easy ones.
The Lakers on offense. To the inside. Pass to Connect. Reeves with it. Right wing. Here's Kleba. Lays it up and in off the pretty assist.
And you're not going to pass up that kind of.
And so it's Phoenix usually grabbing this one. basketball. I'm Kevin Harlan, and with me tonight, Greg Anthony and Jim Legler. And now the opening lineup for Phoenix. We've got Kidd. He's out there with Thompson, and it's Sigma in at the center. And for the Magic, Wagner is in the front court alongside Banchero. The guard pair form will be Suggs and Bane. And it's Carter in at the 5 down low. And Orlando starts out with the ball. Down low.
Playing with some force on the interior. You gotta love Carter Jr. playing with that physicality.
Kidd gets the bucket.
Nice job staying under control through that jump shot. Sometimes those can go sideways for shooting.
And it's Suggs missing.
And he rushed that one, no doubt about it. The D out of position, you can see the frustration on his face.
Brings home the trifecta.
Arguably the smoothest jumper in the game, Klay Thompson.
Outside, Suggs. Plays it up and banks it in.
They're setting the tone with an aggressive move to the rack. And where's the help defensively?
That is a quality look. You can't do it much better than that.
Spills the long-range jumper.
No doubt this is Thompson's most lethal weapon. One of the greatest three-point shooters in the history of this game.
Pass to Sigma. Thompson from long range. And the three ball is good. Thompson's got 9 points.
Impressive decision-making there. He don't try to score, but makes the right decision and hits the open shooter. And he wanted everybody in the building to feel that ferocity.
And we felt it. Even over here we felt it. Here's Bane. Kwame Brown pulls it in.
You take your time. You don't give them another possession.
Clock management is everything right here. Time and score are paramount.
Bottom line, you need shooters on your team who can space the floor.
Yeah, that's how you create that spacing, and that will open up a lot of options offensively.
And that concludes the first half. Phoenix leads by 9. And we'll be back right after this.
Phoenix 15.
Klay Thompson has been sensational.
And the bulk of his damage so far has come from the perimeter. A lot of threes early on.
Well, he's found his rhythm out there for sure. Now let's see how the defense adjusts to him in this half.
On Phoenix, looking who they've got on the floor. They've got Klay Thompson. He's out there with Kidd. And Sigma in at the pivot spot, manning the middle.
Striking fast inside. Bane isn't going to miss a chance at a look like that.
Three-pointer, Kidd. Another 3 for Phoenix.
Another good play. This is how they built the lead, calling on the right guys at the right time.
Well, they're making something very difficult look simple right now.
Bigger than your average guard, Suggs can score all around the floor, including down low.
Here's Kidd. And it's Phoenix scoring again.
Give them credit. They've worked hard all game, now looking to finish it.
I think the key here is to be careful about playing it too softly. Just keep doing what you're doing.
It's always great to get into a rhythm, but do it when it matters.
Yeah, it's too little, too late at this point, but at least they have something to build on going forward.
For 3. Phoenix was in possession.
And that's just carelessness there. I mean, you have got to have your head in the game.
So a new group on the floor for Orlando. Guys, you've got to think a basket here would seal it.
No question. That would be all she wrote.
Knocks down the 3.
They maintained focus all night and along the way put on quite a show.
And they never took their foot off the gas. Even with that big lead,
That's what their coaching staff loves to see.
Now Kidd. Following Tyus Jones' three-point attempt.
Finishing strong. This is how you want to close things out.
Yeah, any thought of losing this game has been put to bed.
Can't get it to go. Oh, down it goes. Another one falls for Phoenix. And so it's Phoenix easily grabbing this one. A resounding victory for them. And Greg in enemy territory, no less.
That's exactly right. But with the way they control the game and just completely...
Welcome, sports fans. Thanks for joining us. It's the NBA on 2K Sports. This is Kevin Harlan with Clark Kellogg and Greg Anthony. And now the opening lineup for Phoenix. Thompson is out there with Kidd. Then there's Brown, and it's Rice in at the 3 spot. Harper is out there with Quentin Richardson. Then it's Williams. And there's Hickson, and it's Hibbert in at the 5.
Leaper. He actually doesn't leap that well at all, but Hibbert still can power his way to the rim.
Shot on the way, and he hits the jump shot.
Good job getting a nice look on that jumper there.
And here is Harper. Pass to Hickson. Kidd with the steal. And first time out of the game called for Phoenix.
Confident. Love how they're using him so far.
And you know what? They're going to keep using him. I mean, he'll be the centerpiece of their offense today. You can bank on that.
Richardson gets a wide open look. Can't drop the tough three-pointer. Here is Sigma coming by Hibbert. And J.J. Hickson is going to pick up the foul. That's his first foul. Thompson passes to Sigma. Over Hibbert. Gets some room on the way in, and the bucket's good. Sigma's got 6 points.
It's a rather unique shooting form. Sigma puts that ball way behind his head, but I tell you what, it's basically unblockable.
And the shot is good. The Phoenix lead has been cut down to 1 on the bucket from Williams.
Really well done there. Just confident and composed. Never
Sinks the triple.
And an eye for an eye. Both teams working to stretch the floor.
Nothing like answering back. One team gets 3, fire 3 of your own. Boom.
To the middle. Here's Williams. Played in with a nice touch off the glass. He's got 5.
Well, that's the goal of pick and roll. Get that separation you need.
Here's Kidd from the arc. Nailed from 3-point land. Kidd's got a pair of triples in the second now for Phoenix. To the paint. Kicks it out to Richardson. But that three is off the mark. And some good action in the first 2 quarters as we reach halftime. Phoenix leads by 5. We'll take a quick break, then get you back to the action. Gotta like what Jason Kidd has done in this game.
And even with the defense gaining towards him on every
to throw at him.
It's up to him. And there's Harper. Then it's Williams. And it's Richardson in at the 2-guard spot.
And you got to get out on Rice because he will make you pay from being for Phoenix.
They've got Klay Thompson. He's out there with Kidd. And it's Sigma in at the 5 down low. They've got Harper. Williams out there with Hickson. Then it's Richardson. And it's Williams at the 3 spot.
And Thompson thrives in those catch-and-shoot situations.
Now, here's Harper. And he makes good on the layup.
It's a great move, and he catches the defense completely off guard.
Yeah, if that's a harbinger of things to come, he's looking at having a very big second half.
And credit the whole team. It was a focused, concerted effort to put this one away.
Yeah, what a failure to put the hammer down. Any hope of a comeback diminished.
Richardson against Thompson. Now, here's Harper. He's tightly guarded. Brown against Hickson. Rebounded by Brown. And so here's Phoenix. 10-point lead. This is their 3. Good.
They maintained focus all night and along the way put on quite a show.
And, you know, everybody in the building knows this is a wrap, a done deal. Put this one in the W column.
And they pick up the 2. And Phoenix can just let the clock run down here. Here's Kidd. Brown fires. And so it's Phoenix easily grabbing this one. A solid win on the road for them. pulled by Greg Anthony and Coach Stan Van Gundy. And now the opening lineup for Phoenix. They've got Klay Thompson. He's out there with Kidd. And it's Rice in at the 3, the small forward. They've got Boozer. Tim Hardaway is out there with Pressey. Then there's Jaime Jaquez. And it's Okafor in at the 5 spot. Jaquez with a wide open look. Off target with his 3. Thompson in the corner. It's good from long range.
Anywhere on the arc, Thompson is a threat. You have to do all you can to run him off that line.
Here's Hardaway. Brown with the rebound. Thompson looking for an opening. Sigma with the ball.
And he's not going to miss that sort of an opportunity from deep.
Pass to Pressey. On the wing, Hawkins. Rocket 6. Outside Hardaway. And they come right back with their own 3-point. Hardaway's got himself going there. His first points of the game in the deep ball. Outside Kidd. Thompson passes to Kidd. Nice ball movement by Phoenix. Over Hardaway. And there's Jason Kidd on the assist by Thompson.
Well, he's such a natural talent. Has all the skill needed to produce at a high level.
Pass to Okafor. Outside Hardaway. That doesn't go either for Hardaway.
And even without that 3-ball dropping for him, the defense should have done more on that last play.
A shot by Thompson. No one's around. Another 3 for Phoenix.
And Thompson thrives in those catch-and-shoot situations.
Hardaway passes to Okafor. Screen by Boozer. Now Hawkins. And that would have counted, but his shot was off the mark this time. And we finished one half of basketball. Phoenix leads by 8. And we'll be back with you right after this. Klay Thompson with a strong contribution so far in this one.
There is no stopping him, and you can't even contain him at this point. He is that talented.
Yeah, he makes defenses look utterly helpless. It's like pick your poison trying to contain him.
Then there's Okafor. Then there's Boozer. And it's Hawkins in at the 3 spot.
And this is Thompson's calling card, an exceptional shooter from downtown.
Here's Hawkins. Phoenix able to bring the 3.
Well, that's why he's out there using his size in the paint.
Brown against Boozer. They get it again. Thompson outside. Can't connect from long distance. Hawkins the pass to Pressey. 7 seconds left here in the second half of the game. Off the mark there with the 3-point shot. And here's Brown. He'll bring it up for Phoenix. Hawkins vacuums it in.
I guess even he has to miss one of those once in a while.
From outside. Another chance. And it's off. Kidd with it. Beyond the arc. Here's Thompson. He drills for 3.
With his strong shot mechanics, these long-range shots tend to look easy for Thompson.
Puts up the 3. 3 goes down. Thompson. And they come back with a 3 of their own. And so it's Phoenix easily grabbing this one. They came in here and took care of business like they Stan Van Gundy and Greg Anthony.
Here we go.
Now, here's Felton. Pass to Bonner. Back to Felton for three. It's hauled in by Sigma. And so here's Phoenix. And it's Phoenix's ball. Here's Rice. Here is Sigma. He's covered by Felton. Sigma with the bucket. Sigma's got the first points up on the board here for Phoenix.
Strong work in close. I like it when he goes up with confidence.
Bonner kicks to Thomas. Pass to Mobley. And here is Felton. Good on the triple.
And he's not going to miss that sort of an opportunity from deep.
Kid with it. Here's Sigma. Good in the assist to Kid.
See, now that layup isn't possible without the help of the cut.
Here's Felton. Felton can't get that one to fall. And so Brown will bring it up for Phoenix. Outside Kid. Here's Sigma. At number 3. He's a perfect 3 for 3 to start.
This is quality basketball. Running a play to give someone a shot.
Felton goes in. Got that one. Felton's got 5 points so far.
Look, he's the kind of player that has you awake at 3 a.m. asking yourself, how do I stop that?
19 seconds left in the first half of basketball. Inside, Sigma takes it off the glass. He's got 8.
You got to be crafty in close.
And here is Thomas. 4 seconds left. And the shot falls short this time. And that's it for the first half of action. What's been a very close game here. Phoenix leads by 3. And will return shortly.
8.
And it's Phoenix's ball. 3-point lead. To the middle. Here's Sigma. Drops in the layup for 2.
And you can see Kid's ability to pass truly is a gift. When one of his teammates is open, he is quick to get them the ball already.
There's Thomas at the 3.
And not allowing the shooter even an inch of breathing room on that one.
There's no airspace there whatsoever. That's as close as you can get without foul.
Jackson on the 3. Sigma with the bucket. Sigma's got the lead up to 8 now for Phoenix.
A great job on the assist, scanning the floor and finding that open look.
And it's out of bounds. Last touch by Johnson.
You love the pressure he's putting on there. Almost had that steal.
Yeah, deflections are a stat that a lot of teams track, disrupting the offense's rhythm and flow.
A great contest, sticking with the shooter, making And how about the confidence to pull up from out there? And what skill to knock it down?
Back to Felton. Thomas with the wide open look. Again, Thomas missing. And it's Phoenix's ball. It's been 8 unanswered points.
Timeout. Full timeout.
Well, look, the defense has no answer for him. They need to keep getting him the ball until that changes.
Wrong deal. No good. 34 seconds left here in the second half of the game. Each trip down becoming more important.
And you need to make some successful offensive possessions together and play tough deep.
Keeping things simple on offense. Great work finding the open man.
Now here's Kidd. 15 seconds left here in the second half. Now Thompson. Down he goes for 3.
And talk about playing to your strengths. Getting giving Thompson a look from the corner that's as bankable as almost any play you can call.
And so it's Phoenix easily grabbing this one. This crowd was stuck.
Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd. That's the end of the game.
we go.
Jason Kidd.
Sports for this NBA presentation. With Greg Anthony and Hall of Famer Doris Burke, this is Kevin Harlan. And now the opening lineup for Phoenix. We've got Thompson. He's out there with Kidd. And it's Brown in at the 4 slot. They've got Cummings.
Here we go.
Edwards is out there with Darren Williams. Then there's Shaquille O'Neal. And it's Sprewell in at the 3, the small forward. Thompson for the triple. Hits it from three-point range. Thompson's got the opening basket of the game for Phoenix.
Well, this is his prototypical shot. Klay Thompson from 3.
Pass to Edwards. Williams with a clean look. And he can't answer back. The three-pointer offline. Pulls up from the corner. And it's Phoenix scoring again.
Oh, nice bucket. This guy's so mindful about the way he attacks.
There's a screen by Williams. Outside Edwards. Over Thompson.
Klay Thompson is elite on the defensive end. He's got length, smarts, quickness, you name it.
Phoenix on defense. It's a 5-point game. Williams passes to O'Neal. And Shaq with the slam.
Boy, this is how you move the ball effectively. You're not just passing it around the horn. They are passing with a purpose.
Thompson outside to the right side. Rice gets in, coming off the assist from Thompson. Rice has got his first 3 points of the game.
And look at how Rice is just totally ready for the moment. Just put the ball in his hands, and he's good to go.
Back to Williams. Backed in off the glass.
Whenever you see a chance in that painted area, boy, you've got to take advantage of it.
And Thompson puts up a deep 3. Another 3 for Phoenix.
Come on, that's almost unfair. This guy steps across the half-court line, and you've got to guard him from that spot.
Over in the corner, Edwards. Here's Shaq. O'Neal. Something else inside. What?
Yeah, it's just persistence on the boards, right? Refusing to give up on the offensive play.
It's a 3-point foul.
Just appreciate how unselfish Kidd is. Outstanding at sharing the ball and playing for his teammates.
To the 3-point line, it's Edwards. Nice jump shot from the top of the key. So we've reached the end of the first half of play. Phoenix ahead. They lead by 6. We'll get right back to the action when we return. Klay Thompson has been sensational.
And if he can keep shooting from deep like he did in the first half, he's going to be more than a handful.
What I love is they've continued to feed this guy. Ride the hot hand until the defense does something about it.
Carter is out there. Then there's Darren Williams. Then there's Edwards. And it's Sprewell in at the 3 spot. Offensive rebound. Here's O'Neal. Shaq goes right through him.
The strength of O'Neal is otherworldly.
Outside Brown. Connects from 3-point range.
You have to be assertive off the catch. The defense doesn't have time to react.
Back to Williams. Good, and the assist goes to Edwards. Williams has got his second basket of the game.
Well, bullying his way to the interior, D. Will shows great confidence.
Brings it from beyond the arc. Kidd's got the lead up to 8 now for Phoenix.
I tell you what, he came out of that locker room raring to go.
Outside O'Neal. Edwards. That's off. And it's Phoenix's ball. Releases. Oh, the jumper goes.
Saw the opportunity to put this away and did not turn it down.
Yeah, playing with great energy and great effort. And as a coach, you love to see this from your team every single night.
Now Williams. Takes the 3. That does not go. 4 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Puts it up from deep. Oh, the bomb from deep will go right down.
And this is important for Kidd's confidence. attacking from outside, everything else becomes easier.
Great effort on the glass by the big fella. Nice work.
Laterals a three. It's good. And so it's Phoenix each. Welcome, everyone, and thanks for tuning into 2K Sports. We've got some NBA action for you coming up. I'm Kevin Harlan. With me tonight, Greg Anthony and Coach Stan Van Gundy. And now the opening lineup for Phoenix. They've got Jason Kidd. He's out there with Klay Thompson. And it's Rice in at the three. And for Denver, Johnson is in the front court alongside Gordon. In at the guard spots, Murray and Brown. And it's Jokic in at the five down low. Now here's Murray. Gordon with the screen for Johnson. Five on the clock. Well, Nuggets need to get a shot off here. From deep, Jokic. Phoenix grabs the miss.
And the great shooters know when they've got enough opening to go for the three. I didn't think it was a bad choice on that possession. And Thompson thrives in those catch-and-shoot situations.
And here is Murray. After the three-pointer from Klay Thompson. Beyond the arc. Drills it from outside.
Both teams running perimeter-oriented plays that are working.
Well, you know it's become a three-point shooting league. Teams shooting a steady diet from outside.
Pass to Brown. Back to Murray. Terrific assist. A nice finish. Solid play all around.
Yeah, Murray is a very good outside shooter, but I think he's at his best when he gets in the paint.
Brown's shot is good.
And I like how he didn't have a great look, kicked it, and they end up with the triple.
Kidd against Murray. Over Kidd. Again, the miss by Murray. Here's Thompson. Out to the right wing. Another three for Phoenix.
And he makes it look so easy. Rice's fluid shooting form really helps him on those long-range misses.
Murray surveying the D. Jokic high post. It's deflected. And a close game so far in the first two quarters as we reach halftime. Phoenix ahead. They lead by 4. We've got more in store for you right after this. Without question, Jamal Murray displaying his skills today.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anything that the league can do to slow him down. He's just that good.
Well, he's a problem, no doubt about it. One that opposing teams have to tackle with every time he takes the floor.
On Phoenix, looking who they've got on the floor. Thompson is up there with Jason Kidd. Then there's Brown. And it's Sigma in at the back. Johnson can't get it to go. On the wing, Thompson. Thompson with the three.
Finding a little rhythm here that they have to like where they're at.
Yeah, you're seeing their offense in a flow. Now it's time for their defense to turn up the heat a little more.
A nice shot by Brown.
Love the response by Brown. You drain a three on his squad, and he's coming for revenge.
Another three for Phoenix.
That's a high percentage look when the D doesn't fight over the screen.
Yeah, it's certainly worth it to disrupt the offense. Coaches notice that extra effort.
Now, here's Johnson. Jokic trying to free himself up. The long shot, no good. Green from outside.
And it's just competing. Giving your best when it matters most.
Yeah, they've got clutch guys on this team, and they never let up.
So David Edelman decided to call a timeout here. So Denver ends up going with a whole new group. Outside Brown. 36 seconds left to play here in the second half. And taken away by Brown. Shoots the three. It's good.
And it was going back and forth there for a while, but now starting to just stretch out that lead a bit. They're definitely looking like the better team.
Here's Pickett. We've got 13 seconds left in the second half of basketball. Fires away from outside. Oh, he hits the deep three. And so it's Phoenix easily grabbing this one. This one was over well before the final buzzer. The fans were waiting for something to get excited about, Greg.
Here we go.
Three-point field goal. points. 2 minutes remaining in the game. 2 minutes.
Sports. So glad you could join us. Good evening, everyone. This is Kevin Harlan, joined by Stan Van Gundy and Greg Anthony.
Here we go.
The Phoenix will get the first possession on the wing. Thompson. It's good from long range.
And Thompson thrives in those catch-and-shoot situations.
And Williams, here we go. Chalk up two there.
Attacking at full speed. She saw her opening and was not going to waste it.
Another three for Phoenix.
And they don't want to get in a habit of giving him open looks from three. First quarter still, but not who you want to leave open.
Here's Carlton. 4-point game. Smith with a screen on Brown. And it's Collier missing. Pass to Rice. Nailed from three-point land. Rice has got 6 points.
And I like to see this. They're calling his number early, and he's delivering.
Yeah, well, his offensive contributions are going to be very important in this game. So it's good they've already got him in a rhythm.
Now here's Kidd. And here's Brown. From deep. Thompson for the triple. The shot's good. Brown making the play. Thompson's got a couple of three-pointers in the second for Phoenix. Here's Williams. That one's off. Still out of sync. And here's Brown. He'll bring it up for Phoenix. 10-point lead. This is their biggest. Rice, no good. All sorts of time. And it's Phoenix with the rebound. Here's Brown. Thompson outside. The three. Oh, my goodness, with no time to come apart.
Without a moment to spare, he cuts this one out.
What poise, what focus. That's an impressive shot.
The clock runs out, and we're heading to halftime. Phoenix leads by 13. And we've got more action coming your way after this break. Klay Thompson with a strong contribution so far in this one.
Man, he's been running wild on him through that first half. Absolute dynamite on offense.
Yeah, and in terms of slowing him down, I think they're going to have to change things up. Give him some different looks.
And it's Phoenix's ball. 13-point lead. Left side Kidd. Fires the three. Drains the three-pointer. Kidd's got himself going with the triple, his first basket of the game.
Well, credit them for maintaining that aggression, even being up this much.
Yeah, and at this point in the game, just protect the ball, make smart decisions, don't give them a chance to get back in the game.
Just 5 to shoot. And it's Smith missing. The play here in the second half. Ice. And good. Got the friendly bounce off the right side of the rim.
Taking no chances. They go on one last run to seal the deal.
Yeah, this run has poured a bucket of water on any ember of a potential comeback.
Another miss by Minnesota. On the wing, Brown. From the arc. Another three for Phoenix.
And they're getting points. They're getting stops. And this is how they'd like to play all the time.
Great example of how to build a lead and then sustain it. You win games on both ends of the floor.
And it's blocked by Brown.
Well, you have to deny these easy shots when you can. They send a clear message to your opponents.
Love that they're continuing to attack despite being up big.
Yeah, they're being absolutely relentless. Building this lead in every way possible.
Outside Kidd. Here's Sigma. Good in the assist to Kidd.
Well, overall, they're the team getting the better looks here in this second half.
Yeah, they've looked really interesting.
Monero?
Cash money.
Real Monero?
This year,
The
we
fuck up,
expanded the
man.
weekend. It's not just a 4-hour session on Saturday. You have Friday to Sunday to post your 4 best games. The player who gets the 4 best games reach the top of the leaderboard. You are taking home $10,000. I am just so excited for competitive my team to get this big cash prize back. So this is every single weekend in King of the Court, starting September 12th. Every weekend throughout the year of 2K26. Since you can win multiple times, we are expecting the best in my team to come out, but at the same time, it's available for almost anyone to jump in. Earn some rep each week, jump in, do your best, and there are still rewards, even just for participating, getting 3 games in each weekend.
I love that. Unfortunately, you're not eligible. I know you've been practicing, but it's not going to happen for you.
I'm trying to get that cash
No vote of
prize.
confidence for you.
Well, everything we talked about is awesome. I know I can't win, but you'll definitely see me out there for King of the Court. Thank you so much, John. We still have so much more to talk about for what's new in NBA 2K26 and my team, so stay tuned.
I'm Charlie Boswick, and you're watching 2K TV.
Well, my first destination when I first start off is park. Obviously, just get to feel the game. But after like a few games, I'll go to pro-am, but that's where I like to.
The first thing when I get my hands on NBA 2K26 is go straight to the park and make my point guard.
My day one build is always pretty much the same in every 2K. Usually we start off with like a power forward that can shoot and mostly defend and rebound, kind of like a 3-and-D, but like a bigger for rebounding and stuff.
I play a lot of lock, but I also love to get on the rim, so I might make a defensive block that can flash because the dunk meter is actually it's vital this year.
I gotta make my 99 3-ball build. That's gonna be the first one that I do. I'm gonna shoot that hard, and of course try to add some finishing to it with the way the finishing is back to 24, and the meter dunk going back to later when it's from off of 22. So it's a lot of second shot, but that'll be the first.
Pretty much started every year. I play with some of my hometown friends, whether that's in the park, the rec, more like casual modes that we're just like having fun, kind of like testing stuff out. So that's typically what I do every year, and I'm definitely going to do the same this year.
For my guard, I'm definitely going to prioritize my ball handling a lot more, and also my speed, because I feel like if you're locked, if you're going against a lock that's faster than you, you can definitely tell the difference. You're definitely going to struggle a lot more to score if you're going against a faster opponent.
When it comes to my build, you know I always got to make a lock the first time. I got to make sure that nobody has fun day one on defense when I'm on the court. So I can't wait to with the changes this year to really get into there and make some of you guys live miserable on the defensive side.
On the defensive side. On the offensive ball.
We're here with gameplay director
Michael
Lane
Owen
to talk about what's new in NBA 2K126. Welcome back to NBA 2K TV. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me back.
We found you, man. We found you. It's that time of year when we found nice way. All right.
My week out of hiding?
Your weekend out of hiding. There it is. All right, let's talk broad strokes. What's new with the game? What are some of the biggest highlights both offensively and defensively?
There's so much that went through the game this year, so it's hard to narrow down exactly what the big highlights are. But like for me, probably one of the biggest things is that the game's faster. It's just more fun. We spent a lot of time making the game more skill-based, so there's a lot more just, it feels like more competitive title than it has been in the past. And another big one is motion engine. It's a brand new motion engine this year. Moving around on defense and off-ball offense feels great. A lot of good things on both sides of the floor.
So you think that the true gamer will love NBA 2K26. What about casual?
Absolutely. Well, we never give up casual. So, but I wanted to say, it was a focus for us to make sure that everyone was on the same playing field. So things like the shot timing and layup timing profiles, where you could kind of customize how the game experience was, those are all gone. So now everyone's playing on the same playing field. And I think that's good for both casuals and for competitive gamers. But we wanted to make sure that, especially on lower difficulty levels, on pro and the earlier levels that you're starting off, and even in some, in the park and the rec, those environments, that anyone can pick up and play the game and be successful.
Some of the feedback that I found from 25 was two things. It was game speed. People want to see increased game speed. So how much faster is NBA 2K26? The second thing was also the shooting. There was a lot of feedback on shooting. So how did that go into NBA 2K26 and how you guys adjusted things?
Yeah, those are two big things we hit hard this year. So it's a 10% speed up in game speed, which doesn't sound like a lot, But when you actually get your hands on the sticks, it feels fast. And with shooting, like I said before, we got rid of the shot timing profiles. We also went back to a true green or miss system. So this is the first year we actually have like no RNG in shooting. It's literally there's a green window, and if you can hit it, you'll make the shot. If you miss it, you miss the shot. And it's like that on All-Star and above. So even in the park and the rec, it's the same way. Yeah, we really wanted to emphasize skill-based gameplay and making sure that the user had total control of the outcomes of what happened on offense.
So for new players that come in, want to learn the game, and they jump into Learn 2K, what's new in that mode?
Yeah, so there's all the controls are there. So it's just so people who don't know what it is, you can go in there and you can learn all the basic stuff. So how to move, how to shoot, how to dribble, how to pass. But once you get past the basic tutorials, there's also now an intermediate one. So last year we went from basic straight to like advanced, and we kind of missed that middle section. So this year, I think it's a good stepping stone before you start getting to all these advanced controls and all these different things you can do. The intermediate is a good place to kind of learn that next level of 2K.
One of the things I really like about the gameplay this year is the defense. I think with the increased game speed, it's really important to get those feet moving and stay in front of the man. So what are some of the improvements you guys made to the defensive side of the ball to stop some of these really great offensive players out there?
And it's like you're saying, we spent a lot of time on offense to make sure that dribbling and shooting was pretty OP. So the goal this year, and I was fun, something I offline, is that we really wanted to make all builds OP. Because that's the thing. So if you're a lock, you're going to be an OP lock that can stop anybody. So it kind of permeates everywhere, but it starts with the new motion engine. So movement on defense, on-ball defender, moving and planting, cutting, it all feels so much better. Hands up is a much more reliable mechanic. The shot contest system has been refined to make more sense. So that's much improved. And interior defense as well is a big one. There's a lot more contact in the paint. So there's a lot of tools as a defender this year to be able to stop this kind of OP offense that we have going on in 2K26.
I know that this isn't going to be pertinent to my co-host to my left, but is there anything new in passing this year?
Yeah, there's a lot of great stuff in passing. We've improved lob passing, which is just a simple thing, but sometimes you're throwing a lob and it's too slow and it's easy to pick off, that's no good. So if there's a cutting teammate, we have this thing now called auto lob passing. So if you just press the regular pass button, it'll contextually throw the right pass, and sometimes it'll lob it over the defense and make it, give you an easy conversion for layups and dunks. It's a feature you can turn off if you want total control over your pass types. Another new control is wrap passing. So it's the one that came up in the community. Sometimes I would get complaints that you'd be passing to your teammate in the corner and you might hit a guy in the back or hit him in the head. Right. And little things like that. So we give you the control now. If you double tap the bounce pass button, you can throw a wrap. So you can choose to wrap around the defenders and get passes off that way.
I know you didn't hear anything you just said about passing, but
I didn't, because usually I'm getting the ball passed to me and then I'm getting into my rhythm shot. So let's talk about rhythm shooting. What are the improvements to it in 2K26?
Yeah, so rhythm shooting was probably my favorite improvement in 2K25, and it's carried over to 2K26, but it's changed quite a bit actually. This year, we're measuring tempo as the primary factor for making shots. And so what that means is you have to move the stick from down to up, or actually any direction, to the opposite direction at a certain speed. So every player's got a signature speed. So, a guy like Jokic is going to be a little more deliberate, where he kind of slowly push it. Steph's a little faster, it was a little quicker. But the idea here is that we wanted to kind of decouple, this idea of I can time everything perfectly to make shots. With rhythm shooting, it's all about that tempo. So you can kind of shoot early or late. So let's say you're poking on me and I'm shooting, I'll get the shot off. I can start my push earlier and get my shot off quicker, but as long as I can master my tempo and get that speed correct, I can still knock down the shot.
One of the things I really enjoyed reading about was the quick shoot mechanic. So dive into that a little bit more. How does this work?
Yeah, so this is a great tool for catch and shoot shooters. So if you're sitting in the corner, like some people love to do, if you hold down the left trigger as the ball's being passed to you, when you shoot, you skip the whole dip and the whole compression of your shot. You go right into your shooting motion.
I like that. Little nuances in gameplay. Well, there it is. I can't wait to get on the sticks right now and go play some.
Thanks so much for joining us on 2KTV.
Success on the court means...
Whoa!
As this is Kuzmoy, and you're watching NBA 2K TV.
超解仔吧，超解仔吧。
Welcome to a brand new episode.
Fuck the Australian fuck.
Under the 2K TV.
Skill dunks. A lot of people on maybe call them leader dunks. Those have been mapped to just holding down on the pro stick. So last year you had to do like a double throw for it. A little bit too complex for some people. So hold that trigger, hold down. So you can do it with standing dunks and diving dunks. And the dunk meter too is much bigger, especially if you're kind of taking a good, you're doing a good dunk. So I mean, it's like you're going one-on-one against somebody or you're in open lane. So that's much easier to do. It's much bigger, especially if you're kind of taking a good, you're doing a good dunk. So I mean, it's like you're going one-on-one against somebody or you're in open lane. So that's much easier to do. But yeah, finishing on the rim has changed a lot too, just all around. There's the new slow step Euro mechanic, so I guess you've seen that in the league, right?
This is my favorite because you might have heard of a trade. Who's the superstar who got traded? Oh yeah, Luka Doncic just walked in just like that, and I thoroughly enjoy him with his slow Euro. So please describe how you're putting on in NBA 2K.
Yeah, so there's two things. There's a quick, I'm gonna jump back to the really quick. So there's a quick protect mechanic. So if you tap left trigger, you can, put your defender in jail, just like Luka does, right? Yeah. So you can do that, and then as you're going to the basket, you can do a Euro step layup, and if you hold that trigger while you're doing the Euro, you can do a nice slow step. So it's great for throwing off, the shot blockers coming over to try and block your shot. They'll see you come for Euro, they'll jump, and they're like, oh, I'm too early because this guy's doing this slow-mo Euro step. So that's a little tool for
you throw more fouls that way?
Yeah, you can draw fouls that way, and it's just a way to confuse blockers and throw off timing. I like that mechanic a lot. I'm excited for this one. Yeah, and it's a lot here with layups generally, because another thing I want to mention is that there's new custom layup packages. So this is great for my players who, in the past we always had one signature layup package that had all of your advanced layups in it. Now you can go into your My Player animations and you can choose what your normal layups are, what your reverses are, what your floater is, what your Euro steps and hop steps and spins are. You kind of mix and match different players around the league to build like the ultimate layup package. I know people are excited about this one.
There's always that one layup in a package where you chose package in the past, and there's that one layup you're like, I wish I could just eliminate that. Now you have the options to do that.
Yeah, or there's a layup that you really want to use and you can't really get it.
Yeah.
This is a way you can have more control of it. So people are going to build some pretty OP packages, and finishing in general in 2K26 is very tough.
A little boat there.
Therapy says, less attitude, more gratitude.
Cheesy.
The fuck is that?
We're locked in this eternal downwards death spiral. When a bad event happens, if a liberal did it, then the left has to disavow, the left has to beg for forgiveness, the left has to show how much they fucked everything up. The right will obviously, take their wins, and they'll be, kind of live about. Got it, they make fun of or whatever, and then you move on. And it's like, okay, that's, I guess, whatever. But then when something that happens on the right, the left also has to take accountability, and it's also still the left's fault, and the right will always refuse to take any accountability. They'll say it wasn't them. They'll say that it was a conspiracy theory, right? The Whitmer plot was actually just entrapment. The Jan 6 stuff was actually just beds on the ground that were exciting it. The Minnesota shooter that was hunting lawmakers was actually a top secret leftist. Like, you get stuck in this downward spiral where it's like my messaging to, I would even say to the Democratic leadership is like, the right needs to turn shit down.
Hi, Steve. Oh, hey, what's up? Yeah, so we're live right now. Wow, that's crazy. Especially right now. It's a bad time to have. Yeah, to make it unconsidered take.
Yeah.
It sucks. It really sucks. I mean, I bet you ever meet Charlie Kirk?
I don't think so. If I did, it was only briefly in that event.
Yeah. I was on a show for, like, I don't know, 20 minutes or something. Nice guy. The people I talked to with my friends say he was kind of more, he was like the most sane of the huge influencers on the right, which isn't saying all that much. I mean, when you think about kind of Tucker and these other people, 2 kids, only 31, it feels like he's been around forever. He was young, and it's just sad. I don't know.
Yeah. That's very true. I don't know what I'm talking about right now. The one take that I've had that's been like very frustrating for me is watching. There's a lot of takes, a lot of stuff that combines with it. It's like a broad thing. Have you ever heard somebody say like, "Oh, it's just politics"? You hear that like saying like, "Oh, this is just politics." Like, I feel like that's like a luxury position. That there are a lot of people that kind of dabble, especially in the social media world, in like quote unquote politics. I think there was a big article on maybe Waffle or New York Times a long time ago. They called it like political hobbyism. Like it was kind of treated as just like sports teams and games and follow along. And you are really mad or you're happy based on if your team wins or loses. But at the end of the day, you're like very detached from it. When you close your social media feed, you're like done with politics. And I feel like people don't pay attention to like the real world impact on things. And one of the biggest kind of things that upset me is I talked to so many, obviously, right? I've been to so many conservatives over the past several years. And every single time I bring up like Trump's rhetoric, it is divisive, it is violent, it is vitriolic. And they're always like, well, he just says shit like that. It doesn't matter what he says. They're just words, who cares, blah, 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 blah. And yeah, it just, people keep saying like, wow, it's about to get really bad. And I'm like, no, it's been really bad for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, so I just wrote a Substack on this. I made exactly this point. You can say, to say civility is important, and like you should be careful with that. You cannot choose Donald Trump as your leader. You've forever lost the moral high ground on that. I mean, he was just posting a meme the other day. Chicago one. Yeah. Yeah, well, I think I was reminded. I saw you posted it. But it's just declared war on the.
I've been up all night again for the second time this week already. Insomnia is absolutely bending me over now that I've turned 31 and all of a sudden I've unlocked the superpower of insomnia. And while I've been up, I've just been digesting things, learning things about like aliens and geos, because like there's life on Mars. While I was perusing that, I saw the breaking news that they caught the man responsible for the assassination of Charlie Kirk. This is 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, and I'm pretty sure they actually got the shooter this time. In the beginning, there was a lot of hoopla because they brought in like 2 octogenarians claiming that it could be the shooter. This time, though, they absolutely got the right guy. He is definitely the shooter. He was turned in by his father. I'm pretty confident I don't need to explain what happened. I imagine all of you are familiar with it by now, but just in case, Charlie Kirk was on a college campus in Utah where he was inviting the audience to debate him on a variety of topics. And while doing that, he was shot in the neck and he died.
That is insane. I still can't believe this.
The videos,
That's
they are very gruesome. I don't recommend watching them. The gunman, now ID'd as Tyler Robinson, was positioned roughly like 200 yards away on top of a building. And he escaped for a little while. He jumped off the building. We have footage of all this. I had planned on showing you some of the footage of Tyler Robinson, running away with the rifle and everything. But, I guess it's worth mentioning why I'm not. I actually made this video like 3 or so hours ago, and when I finished rendering it, I went to my channel to find out I got a copyright strike from a news agency for using some of their clips when going over the topic of that doctor that would walk around his office butt-ass naked for a long time, and even ejaculated on a patient/employee, even called himself the naked doctor. I was covering that fucking wacko, and I used some of that news footage and got struck for it today. So I don't know if I'm allowed to use news footage here, so I'm going to refrain from showing any clips when talking about everything in regards to the Charlie Kirk assassination, because I want to make sure this video doesn't get taken down. I think this is something very important, something that I really want to talk about. Anyway, Tyler Robinson's father alerted authorities that he believed his son was the shooter they were looking for, and obviously the investigators followed up. They investigated and found sufficient evidence to conclude that this could very likely be the person responsible for the assassination of Charlie Kirk. They also found 4 bullet casings that were engraved with messages on them. So the one fired casing read, notices bulges OWO what's this, which is a furry meme. It's like one of those old like Tumblr furry memes, I think, about like nuzzles you roar, that kind of shit. He had other messages on the other casings, the ones that were unfired. So one of them said, "Hey fascist, catch," and then had up arrow, right arrow, and down arrow 3 times, which people were quick to pick up on as a Helldivers reference. Another one said, "Oh, Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao," which is apparently a reference to an Italian anti-fascist song. And then finally another one said, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO." I think these engravings paint a pretty clear picture of a fucking cringe loser. This is a lunatic. This is a maniac. But according to those close to him, he wasn't like politically active or anything until recently, which I think sounds right. Politics has become turbocharged over just the last handful of years to the point where people can go from like not really being involved or only dipping their toes in to being just full-blown fucking radicalized and just, you know, off their rocker, off their fucking board in politics. Like it is, everything is just accelerating at such a scary, alarming rate. Something else worth mentioning here, the authorities were claiming that Tyler was communicating via Discord about this. However, Discord is coming out and saying that it found no evidence that the suspect planned the shooting on its platform and promoted violence. It was apparently reported by Utah Governor Spencer Cox that the shooter's roommate showed investigators Discord conversations with someone listed as Tyler, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from the drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, watching the area where the rifle was left, and having left it wrapped up in a towel. The Discord saying they can't find those messages that were referenced in that reporting. So that one is still a little shaky as of me making this video, but I thought it was worth mentioning here. Now, already outside of the obvious major conversation that's been being had here about political violence, there is now like another separate conversation that's starting to break through because of the engravings on the ammo casing, because Helldivers is referenced. So now a lot of people are pointing the finger at video games, which is something that has historically happened in the past with people immediately trying to scapegoat video games as like the catalyst for a tragedy. This is a path that's been walked hundreds of times before, and I'm sure it'll be walked hundreds of times again. Do I think Helldivers had any role to play in this monster carrying out this assassination on Charlie Kirk? No, I don't. I don't think video games are ever really to blame. Anyway, as of now, there's been a lot of misinformation floating around with like different Tyler Robinsons and also like people making claims about whether he's a Democrat or a Republican, which is obviously a big subject here.
Lily likes to do things her own way. She's a certain kind of genius. She gets her steps in while sitting, while knitting, and while shopping for something to match.
I was going through my Instagram this morning and I seen this. Top 15 least attractive hobbies to women that men do. So we're going to break this down ball for ball, starting from the bottom, which is the least attractive. Like, I don't know if that makes sense. We're going to start from the bottom and then go all the way to the top. So number 1, we got Manosphere. I don't know how broad they talking about, but it's a whopping 3.1%, right? And I'm assuming they talk about anything like, oh, if you look at red pill content or just like anything man versus women, that kind of thing. I'm assuming, this is just an assumption, this is not specified, right?
Oh, this is Dr. Brownback. Today I will offer an update on the case of Charlie Kirk. I'll look at a brief background of this case because I just covered it. Then I'll offer an updated timeline of the crime and an updated analysis. Charlie Kirk was a conservative political activist and social media influencer. He vigorously supported Donald Trump and had many controversial views. Some people describe Charlie as divisive, while others viewed him as promoting an open dialogue about challenging issues. He often debated students during events at college campuses. He even founded an organization called Turning Point USA,
which promoted conservative ideals to college students. Now moving to the timeline of the crime. On September 10, 2025, as the first stop in his American comeback tour, 31-year-old Charlie Kirk was speaking at Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. And students of the university circulated a petition to prevent his appearance, looking to deny Charlie his right to free speech. Ultimately, they were unsuccessful, and the event moved forward as planned. With 3,000 people in attendance and minimal security, Charlie sat under a tent and had discussions with various members of the audience. At about 12:22 p.m., after talking with an audience member about transgender mass shooters, Charlie Kirk was struck in the neck by a bullet. He jerked backward and blood poured from his neck. Charlie was mortally wounded. He would later be pronounced dead. A gunman had fired the fatal shot from the university's Low C Center, 425 feet away. Video surveillance captured the shooter running across the rooftop of this building, jumping to the ground and running away. Investigators learned that the gunman arrived at the building at about 11:52 a.m. The authorities released images of the alleged assassin. He was wearing sunglasses, a black hat, and a black shirt. In a wooded area not far from the Low C Center, the police found a Mauser 98 bolt-action rifle chambered in .30-06. The weapon was wrapped in a towel. A few inscriptions were found on the ammunition. These messages were described in an ATF bulletin as consistent with transgender and anti-fascist ideologies. Now that the exact content of the inscriptions has been released, it's not exactly clear what the transgender component is. I'll talk more about that in my analysis. Late on September 11, 2025, the day after the shooting, a 22-year-old Washington, Utah resident named Tyler James Robinson allegedly admitted to his father that he had killed Charlie Kirk. This happened after his father recognized some images released by the FBI. Tyler indicated that he would rather bring an end to his own life than turn himself in. His father convinced him to speak to a friend, and images named Tyler James Robinson allegedly admitted to his father that he had killed Charlie Kirk. This happened after his father recognized him from images released by the FBI. Tyler indicated that he would rather bring an end to his own life than turn himself in. His father convinced him to speak to a friend who worked for the U.S. Marshals. Tyler was arrested at about 11 p.m. on charges of aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, and obstruction of justice. The authorities said that they examined video surveillance that captured a man in a gray Dodge Challenger drive onto the Utah Valley University campus at 8:29 a.m. on the day of Charlie's murder. The clothing the driver was wearing matched the clothing that Tyler was wearing at the time of his arrest, and Tyler drove a gray Dodge Challenger. The authorities believe that Tyler climbed onto the roof of the Low C Center, changed his clothing, shot Charlie Kirk, fled the area, then changed back into his original clothing. The police spoke to a roommate of Tyler, who told them that Tyler posted a joke on Discord. The messages containing this joke were examined. Tyler discussed retrieving a rifle, wrapping it, and
Big Raising Cane's part of your game day lineup. One love.
What I have covered with Country Financial is everything from the ground up.
Life insurance.
hiding in the bush and monitoring the area where the rifle was hidden. At the time I'm making this video, Tyler Robinson is working his way through the criminal justice system. The authorities indicated that he was alone in the murder of Charlie Kirk, and he may face the death penalty if convicted. Now moving to my analysis. Here are my thoughts on a few areas that stood out to me in this case. Item number 1. At this point, not much is known about Tyler Robinson, but here's the information that is currently available. Tyler was born on April 16, 2003, and lived in Washington, Utah, with his father Matt, his mother Amber, and 2 younger brothers. They lived in a 6-bedroom, 3,200 square foot house, valued at $630,000. Tyler's father Matt is a 27-year veteran of the Washington County Sheriff's Department. Tyler was never a student at Utah Valley University where the shooting occurred. but he did attend Utah State University in 2021 for one semester. He had been awarded a 4-year scholarship to that school. Family and friends of Tyler noticed that he had become more political lately. At a recent dinner, he mentioned that Charlie Kirk was coming to Utah Valley University. He explained why he didn't like Charlie. Tyler was described as full of hate and spreading hate. And number 2, based on an ATF bulletin, the Wall Street Journal reported that the inscriptions made on the ammunition found in the Mountain 98 were consistent with transgender and anti-fascist ideologies. Let's take a look at the content of these inscriptions and see if this was an accurate assessment by the ATF. The first inscription reads, "Notices bulges OWO. What's this?" This is a meme from the online furry and anime community. Furries are people who have an interest in animals with human-like face. Some of them dress up in animal costumes. A small subset of furries combine this behavior with sexual activity, which has garnered them a disproportionate level of media attention.
I don't give a hoot what you do, shit, girl. I know. You want no girlfriend.
You haven't missed going back by doing left the building yet. Yeah. One means one out.
Hey guys, I feel like I need to address a few things in my last video that I posted last night. I posted that video very quickly after seeing some content on my For You page, and one specific piece of content from a creator that I have followed for some time and that I respected. He is a licensed therapist, and some of you all, you guessed right in the comments as to who it was, and it set off quite a debate in my comments section. I haven't really been active to it, but I have some thoughts this morning that I want to get out. I am accepted by some of the responses that I had after this death, after his assassination. I stand corrected, by the way. Yesterday's video, I used the phrase murdered, and you guys rightfully corrected me, and it was that.
Oh my gosh.
But I do have a large amount of empathy, and I think that I draw from that in content that I make, supporting men and supporting unmounted justice to improve relationships. To be honest, when I see an act of violence like that, and I see anything but for empathy and sympathy from the people that live in the same country as I do, I don't think that's good. It is the same thing. It's the same line of thought, the same brain connections that I have when it comes to relationships. So I just want you guys to try to think this through, because I think that it is a line of thought that's happening right now to so many people in this country that might really naturally be
he got negative feedback and posted a follow-up to his stream. POC Twitter and POC Talker just pissed at liberal debate bros because they only use POC Talker as a talking point against people like Charlie. Just turn around and ship more tears for Charlie to get centrist clicks. I don't know if it's as cynical, it might be, but I suspect it's like they saw a dude that they know, that they've been around, getting shot. I do understand why people would be frustrated at any, like, empathy being shown to someone like Charlie Kirk, because, like, Charlie Kirk's entire output, like, his entire political output is just straight up dehumanizing.
Design was called one of the worst games ever. Broken gameplay, endless bugs.
But you didn't tell me you had 4 kids. Okay, you know, I'm supposed to say that right here when I just met you 2 days ago. Yeah, you were supposed to tell me that. I just don't lie. I never lied. I never told you yet. I got 4 kids. Okay, so what's the problem? You got 4 kids, that's 2 other mouths to feed. Okay, yeah. So what? So are you trying to get people to take care of them? Yeah, I'm able to take care of them, but I don't want to. It's my choice. So why do you think?
Fake ass shit. I don't give a hoot what you do say.
A rejection of the movements that openly create a permission structure to do violence.
What is the permission structure to do violence? How about doing violence and having the President of the United States pardon all of you and your crony friends for it? Isn't that kind of like a structure of violence?
Moreover, they got on the network. They heard him sell out, and many Democrats rejected him necessarily. If you're not going to do that for other victims of assassination, then you should do it for Charlie. Just
like, how performative is this? Oh my God, you had a moment of silence. Why are you asking for a 30-second prayer next? This is also why I think you never capitulate to these actual soulless demons.
And I find it kind of interesting taking a step back for a week or so and seeing how many people are coming around to the inevitable reality that this is the only path forward. There are so many people in society now that are just,
anything but telling the president to calm the f down. Anything but that. What should the messaging on the left be moving forward? Is the right going to be retarded? I think every single person on the left should just say over and over again, has Trump called for both sides to turn it down? And that's it. Literally that's it. I look to the president for guidance on my rhetoric, and I'm looking to the president who said that everybody needs to pull back.
Many people on the left not even pull at all, and they've incentivized what is a rising tide of violence that makes it nearly impossible to speak freely in the country. If Charlie Kirk can get shot, anyone can get shot for speaking their mind. That is where we are. That is why it's empty verbiage when I hear Governor Illinois J.B. Pritzker blaming President Trump for a new era of political violence and giving us some of the soft words about the supposed increase in political violence.
I hate him as a human being now, right? Like, literally, I think I can do that, right? I don't know if I was... Charlie Kirk probably said the same. I'll preemptively and posthumously, I guess, hate him as well. Like, you, dude. Assuming that people like me are going to events, which we do, I don't mean hypothetically about this, I do, right? Like, this type of increasing the chances of me getting killed, right? I'm sorry, but you are a weak man. You are morally incompetent. You are religiously failing. You're supposed to be some, stalwart Jew or whatever. You should be able to tell the President of the United States, hey, buddy, why are you blaming the Dems when we don't even know the shooter? Can you never, ever, ever, a single time tell your side to calm the down ever? You guys are supposed to be the better people. The bigger man. You never are. Libs always have to be the bigger man. Always. Why? Like, you. Like, and now we're actually getting killed. There's supposed to be other people getting killed. Now it's us. And you still can't tell people to calm down? Unreal.
And I think there are people who are fomenting it in this country. I think the president's rhetoric often foments it. We've seen the January 6th rioters who clearly,
it's going to keep getting worse? Yeah, it should be. Why would it? I mean, like, what is the signal being sent over and over and over again? If you're a Republican, you think all the violence has been from the left. You don't think anything that happened on the Republican side has ever been a Republican's fault, right? J6 was just a fedsurrection. Trump pardoned them all because it was unfair. All the shooters have been either outwardly liberal or secret liberals, and you just don't realize it, even if they're registered Republicans.
Have a new era of political violence.
Why don't you condemn movements you are creating and facilitating that actively say that people like Charlie Kirk are
Like they do. Like Democrats have done this over and over and over and over and over again. Why don't you go ahead and roll Biden's speech versus Trump's speech?
We recognize. Why do you not do that? Why do you not do that? And I will tell you, I do not see a reaction that is on the social media right that matches the reaction on the social media left.
Are you serious? How many people on the right, well, we're watching it, that's what we're going through now, have called for revenge, that we need to rise up and fight against, that we need to, like, there have been so many unhinged tweets from people on the right today, and yesterday. How are you saying this? What social media are you on? Destiny, you say this, but they say civil war won't happen? What if I said civil war won't happen? I feel like that's the path we're on right now.
I just don't see it. When two Minneapolis politicians of the left were shot, it turned out by a patronage supporter from Wall.
Give me a video game. Give me a break. It's your fault. Your fault. Like, this is you, bro. Seriously? They're
two Minneapolis politicians of the left were shot, it turned out by a patronage supporter from Wall. Under dispute circumstances, I saw zero celebration from the online right. I've yet to see tremendous celebration of something similar from the online right. I'm not seeing it. If it's there, it ought to be condemned. Let's pretend that this is sort of an even-handed problem to ignore the ideological underpinnings of violent conspiracies that lead to assassination. General Cosmic Protest for usual speech when gun violence problem is not going to problem is evil people believe they can use guns to kill people because they are engaging in free speech. As he tweeted, scourge of gun violence and political violence was then. Shooting Charlie Kirk's latest incidents of chaos must stop and put down throat. There is no place for it in America. Whispers recovery down before Charlie died. The scourge of gun violence and political violence was then. Thank you for those absolutely meaningless words. Truly meaningless. Yesterday, controversy broke out on the floor of the House of Representatives. Speaker of the House asked for a moment of silence for Charlie was given. Lauren Boebert then got announced for a prayer to be said aloud, and many Democrats objected because apparently, if you're not going to do that for other victims of assassination, then you shouldn't do it for Charlie. Just
like, how performative is this? Oh my God, you had a moment of silence. Why are you asking for a 30-second prayer next? Like, what's next? Do we all have to go pictures of his face? Like, what is wrong with you? Like, nothing is. This is also why I say you never capitulate to these actual soulless demons. There's no reason to capitulate to them because it's never enough. Nothing you do is ever enough for these people. Like, holy sh. What do you want to have like we need to do a dodo drive for all of them next? Like, do they have GoFundMe's up? Like, we all need to go subscribe to their YouTube and buy their crypto now? Like, Jesus Christ.
For a moment of silence for Charlie was given. Lauren Boebert got announced for a prayer to be said aloud. Many Democrats objected because apparently, if you're not going to do that for other victims of assassination, then you shouldn't do it for Charlie. Just ridiculous. Here we go.
Everyone has all members present in the chamber and those in the gallery, please rise for a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk. What purpose is generated Colorado right?
This is after they had like a 30-second moment of silence, by the way, that they all had, and nobody interrupted. They had their full moment of silence. But it's never enough. It's never enough. Did he actually do an edit here? He did. That's what that cut forward was, wasn't it?
And those in the gallery, please rise for a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk.
What an actual Satan spawn of demon, dude. Holy shit, I might become religious just because the forces of evil over here are so unbelievable.
The chair would ask that all members present in the chamber and
the unedited version of that.
The chair would ask that all members present in the chamber and those in the gallery please rise for a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family.
Then he gavels it and they're done. And then Bobert's like, can we say a prayer too? It was too quiet in here to get my boyfriend a hand job. Can we do a prayer at the same time now, please?
What purpose is generated Colorado right?
I like to just cut forward there. To be fair, this program is only 54 minutes, so maybe he didn't have time to put the full extra 25 seconds into the video.
Chamber and those in the gallery, please rise for a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family.
People shouting, no, what the hell was wrong with you? Seriously, what the hell was wrong with you?
Let's wait a minute. The House will be in order. The House will be in order.
With Destiny, he was assassinated on live stream, and a prayer is too much. Who sounds them out? One, they just had a moment of silence. They don't need to pray in Congress, okay? Two, they didn't have a moment of silence for any of the other murder people that have happened from the right. We just go pray on your own time, dude. Nobody wants to worship the Mr. Invisible Man here while you say your meaningless prayers and you go suit up to post more retarded on social media. You go
You can't stop.
The chair.
You have to do something. We've done an actual podcast with Charlie, put out a tweet condemning political violence. He said, the attack on Charlie Kirk is disgusting, violent, and reprehensible. In the United States of America, we must reject political violence in every form. Again, that's all very nice. What I want is a rejection of the movements that create a sense of comfort that
like, even Dems disavowing both sides isn't enough for these guys. It's not even enough. And I don't even think Dems should be disavowing both sides. I like Elizabeth Warren had a good response. Mehdi Hassan is my spirit animal right now. The only mainstream media spirit animal that I have on Twitter right now. Even Ezra Klein is being a cuck about this. That it shouldn't even be at both sides. It should be, I'll talk when Donald Trump says something. Like, even when the Capitol was being raided, and every single month Trump was praying for him, please say something, he wouldn't say anything. It's unbelievable.
Openly call for political violence and openly create permission structure to do violence. Not every political...
What is the permission structure to do violence? How about doing violence and then having the President of the United States pardon all of you and your crony friends for it? Isn't that kind of like a structure of violence?
20%. Not every political movement does that. Disagreeing on tax structures does not create the incentive structure for political violence.
Say, do you think tax disagreements is where all of the issues are coming from right now? Isn't the President send the National Guard and post pictures of them threatening to send the military to Chicago? Isn't that thing we're actively talking about right now? While mass ICE agents are running around the country, arresting people and throwing them into whatever vehicles and shipping them off into whatever countries? Like,
if I say that a man is not a woman, and I'm embracing you as a human being, and threatening your or engaging in trans genocide or racial or another speech is violence, therefore violence can be speech. That is a permission structure. That is a permission structure for assassination. That is what you are doing. This is why I'm taking under advisement. When Zoran Mamdani has created so many permission structures for various types of violence, it is beyond recognition.
Some stuff just costs more. Except airfare. Find cheaper flights this summer in kayak. Download now.
Try one of Salad & Go's new $10.99 bundles, designed to fuel you up and go wherever your day takes you. Treats for everyone at Salad & Go.
That first one deal was sales and our first piece of business, it was surreal. This is definitely going to be a thing.
What do you have? Don't believe you. What? Endorsing information structure for that is what you are doing. This is why I'm taking under advisement. When Zoran Mamdani has created so many permission structures for various types of violence, it is beyond recognition.
What the is Mamdani set for violence? How old is Mamdani? Isn't this guy like 28 years old? Mamdani age. This guy's 33 years old. What? He was a city councilman prior to this. What are we talking about?
I don't believe you. When Zoran Mamdani says I'm horrified by the shooting of Charlie Kirk at a college and you thought political violence has no place in our country.
Oh, I forget. If you're Jewish, but we room that on this month.
I don't believe you believe that. And the reason I don't believe you believe that is because you make excuses for people who violence that they are pursuing. The same person who is trying to globalize the intifada, literally a call for violence. Is now saying that political violence. I don't believe you. I think you're just saying.
Look, there's another thing too. Listen, Mamdani's views on Palestine on the trip are retarded because I hate Palestine and Palestinians and I hate Israelis now. All of you, okay? I still love Jews, but only the ones in America, okay? Actually, you in America too, because you guys don't even donate money like you're supposed to. Paramilitary outfits right now, okay? They're not here. All right, I watched the Eddington movie. I don't know where the helicopter got from. So you don't all of them, okay? But Mamdani has walked back the globalizing and comments. Ben doesn't give a. There's no credit here from this loser. So what is the point? What was the point? Now, I mean, Mamdani should do it. Probably he's trying to get support more from, especially Jewish progressives in New York, and he thinks it's the right thing to do to turn down the whatever anti-Semitic hater. Like Ben Shapiro gives him no credit for it. So,
why the intifada? Literally a call for violence. Is now saying that political violence. I don't believe you. I think you are just saying the words. The FBI in Salt Lake City has released a picture of a person that they are looking for right now. They need your help. That's why I'm showing this picture. They say we are asking for the public help identifying this person in connection with the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. 1-800 call FBI. The picture appears to be of a young white male wearing sunglasses, a black hat, dark jeans, and a black hoodie that appears to be emblazoned with the picture of President Trump shaking his fist after the assassination attempt, or alternatively, that maybe it's a little big, hard to see. Could be an American eagle in front of an American flag. A little bit difficult to see. Obviously, the goal, if this isn't the shooter, the goal of that person would be blended with the crowd.
Is it going to be the goal of the shirt was to blend into the crowd? That's why he wore the shirt that looks conservative. But the supposed trans bullet engravings we found, that's his true message, like that. But that would never like.
Apparently, the shooter in this particular case,
I don't know if that's been confirmed yet.
had spec out its range and plotted an escape point. That's why the person is not in custody as of yet. That is.
I don't know if we've seen this guy in the crowd, but
this person will be found. This person will be tried. This person will be executed as well. They should. As well they should.
Well, Charlie tried to have conversations with you on the left. You're killing us in our churches. You tried to kill our president. You killed one of our greatest advocates in Charlie Kirk. You've been openly cheering for and celebrating, encouraging, and committing political violence for years. Antifa, BLM, well-funded, highly orchestrated, widespread movements based in...
Antifa was well-funded and highly orchestrated. BLM was well-funded and highly orchestrated. I mean, maybe like the 6 people that ran that ward and stole the money. It's always a projection, too. Like, the well-funded and highly orchestrated movement is on your side, guys.
And fueled by violence. You made a hero out of Luigi Mangione. And you celebrate Charlie's death even now. It's too late to turn back. This is not a time to hold hands. This is a time for justice. This is a time for good to fight back against evil. It is time for the righteous to prevail. For the sake of our country and for our families and our children. And for Charlie. And many of you have seen all the myriad posts and videos.
This is why I'm sorry. It's hard to feel bad for any of them now. Like there's a non-zero chance, especially after Charlie Kirk dies, right? Where now you've got people that are rolling around looking to avenge their fallen conservative hero. Like imagine you're listening to this. Like if there was any amount of moral character, this is also why these people are irreligious, or if they are religious, they should go to like super hell because Jesus Christ. These guys are just disgusting, right? But imagine the thing you should say after an event like this is like, I know that tensions are high, I know that we all feel,
1 million.
like we want to avenge our friends.
Should be at 2 million. Take it.
You get more rep in Park than GTO.
Not 12 over. What's that guy? Dang it. That Louis damn hero, man. Do you get more rep in Park than TTO? I was trying to TTO earlier. Probably TTO, but Park is really good when it's double rep. When it's double rep, I just do Park guys it's like go online. But it's like when it's double rep, it's so much better. I hate when it's not double rep. It's like it moves so slow. With double rep, it goes so fast. It's like I've been grinding all day, basically. And I only have 50%. I'm like, run. I was double rep today. I would be Amy's here. I mean, Ruby's here, but 3-5. But it goes so slow. So slow. Might be the park, you know your gamer tag. That's tell me your gamer tag.
But like disgusting, right? But imagine the thing you should say after an event like this is like, I know the tensions are high, I know that we all feel, like we want to avenge our friend and everything, but like now is when cooler heads need to prevail. There's never been a time, and for these guys who are obsessed with archetypes, for these guys who are obsessed with stories and religiosity and Greek mythos and everything else, like there's never been a time where it was like the hero responded in rage and anger and prevailed. It's like not generally. Like usually you have to like chill and you're supposed to be a bigger person, right? Even assuming this is again, we don't even know this is a left-wing shooter. We don't know yet. The people that hated, nobody on these online spaces or nobody in these alternative media spaces knows unless you spend a lot of time online. The number one group that hated Charlie Kirk, at least in the past, was the Greco movement, was Fuentes' fans. Now we don't know if there's a Greco that shot him. As far as I'm aware, I don't think any Nick Fuentes fan or Greco has ever been involved in any kind of terrorist or violent event. That's not what I've never heard of that before. But like, we have no idea who they should have known anything about this guy at all, right? Another group of people that really don't like Trump or Trump associates are never Trumpers, right?
and our children, and for Charlie. And many of you have seen all the myriad posts and videos from leftist demons celebrating Charlie's death. I don't want to tell ourselves that these are fringe voices, but they are. There's a very large group of people out there who want us dead. Even in Congress, they tried to have a moment of silence after Charlie's passing. The Democrats jeered and heckled. In Congress, this is who they are. Not on the fringes, in the main. They could not possibly make themselves any clearer about it. But I do want to say this. When I see these rodents gloating now over the death of my friend, I'm, of course, disgusted by it. Yet also, I truly see it as a powerful tribute to Charlie's life and work. Charlie had many friends who loved him dearly, many fans who adored and admired him. That's without a doubt the greatest ever.
The number one people who hated Kirk were Fuentes types? Yes. You either know or you don't know. If you've been involved in online spaces, there's a long feud between Groypers and Charlie Kirk. They used to like troll him at events, and Kirk hated him so much. It wouldn't surprise me if there's never been a mention, if Kirk has never been said name in the video of the roster. I don't know if he has that. Kept up. Maybe they chilled. Fuentes kind of like nosedived his career after the whole Kanye stuff. Well, he's getting more popular again. Kind of comes and goes in waves, like a mushroom trip. Why is that? I don't know where their feud began. I'm not sure. I just know that they got like, I know they used to troll at the Turning Point USA events, the Groypers did. Maybe just because it was another movement that they could kind of like show control. I don't know where the feud starts or why though.
Testament to the sort of man he was, no question about it. But as a true culture warrior, it must be said that the evil gloating of his enemies are accolades in their own right. May we all be so successful and productive that our enemies celebrate when we die. May we all be so devastating to the leftist project that they long for our demise. May we all fight so hard and so effectively that they have no choice but to try to kill us. May our lives be a problem for these people, and our deaths a relief. Let them dance on my grave as they dance on Charlie's, then I will know that I did my duty. Our opponents should be happy when we leave the ring. If they aren't, then we didn't punch hard enough. Charlie punched harder than anyone. He did it with a smile. He did it through speech and debate. He did it non-violently. But he was a devastating fighter all the same. And his opponents are overjoyed because they think they've got rid of him. But they're wrong. They have.
What should the messaging of the left be moving forward if the right is going to be retarded? I think every single person on the left should just say over and over again, has Trump called for both sides to turn me down? And that's it. Literally, that's it. I look to the president for guidance on my rhetoric, and I'm looking to the president to say that everybody needs to pull back in an apolitical, nonpartisan way.
Gravely misjudge the situation. The only thing more powerful than a living fighter is a martyred one. In life, Charlie motivated and rallied us to put on the armor of God and fight for what we believe in. In death, he motivates and rallies us all the more.
I don't know. Maybe historically, maybe there are examples that would make me wrong here, but the martyr stuff feels like a truism. It isn't actually true. I think that like martyrs stuck. I think that especially for people, maybe like if you're at the end of your life, martyrs can be good. But I feel like especially if you're young and you can do stuff, I feel like being martyred is not good for your movement. Like yeah, people will be hyped for a week or so, but it doesn't drive long-term change or long-term antagonism. It just sucks, especially if you're a highly effective leader. Now, if you have like an irrelevant person who's a martyr, then that's whatever. But I don't think leaders of movements getting killed are generally like good for the movements generally.
I want to be very clear that we will not back down after this. We will not shrink away or go into hiding.
What has Trump said about this? Trump blamed the radical left Democrats for the rhetoric and everything, which is just unbelievable.
Remember our tickets menu?
What in the hello neighbor is this, bro? Look at this, bro. This is the hello neighbor house, bro. I didn't know we had this in real life, bro. You know what I'm saying? You just walk here. You got the first house, but then you got the second house, but you gotta walk on the roof. And you can tell they really been walking on the roof, bro. It's fucking sagging, bro. They've been using that shit, bro, and I don't know if they should continue, bro. I wonder what goes on inside of here. They got it freaking blocked off and such, too, bro. What's going on in that room? You know what I'm saying? And that freaking, this the hello neighbor house, bro. I don't care what nobody says. Look at this, bro. Look at this. Hello neighbor ass motherfucking house, bro. I don't trust a single soul that enters here, bro. If you see someone in this house, bro, they're up to no good, bro.
I guarantee it, bro.
It's a new method to get shot contest in 2K26 guaranteed every time. As you can see, you just gotta kill the nigga when he goes for the shot, and the refs won't even call nothing. It's a new method to get shot contest in 2K26 guaranteed every time.
Public execution is archaic. It's primal. I don't give a shit what you believe in. And the arrogance so many people have, the self-righteousness to...
You know what? I want to watch that execution. That'll make my day better. I want to see him on a public block and get him be publicly executed. And I think that would be justice.
Arrogance and self-righteousness of thinking this shit's archaic. Why the guy that it happened to believed that everybody should witness him, including kids. A motherfucker that's got 2 million followers on this app is directly responsible for the pipeline of these loser-ass, right-wing-ass, racist-ass, only-ass, radicalized-ass kids. You are directly responsible.
Back when I was 19, 20, 21 years old, I too used to believe that maybe the world would be some sort of safer or better, more peaceful place if women were in power, right? If they were in these roles. And my God, I am not this fucking archetype of like the typical misogynistic. I'm wearing a fucking custom Victoria Justice shirt that I fucking made. Like, I'm not that guy, right? That's like, oh, women need to be in the fucking kitchen. Like, so when I say this, it is coming from a place of like seeing the other side of my belief first. Wait a fucking second here. You see all of these super diabolical celebrations of Charlie Kirk's death. It's 95% women making these videos, and there's like the 5% beta cocks who are like, following along. But it's also like the women who are simping over Luigi and Neggio and like, oh my God, Daddy, Luigi. And
I'll give you $1 million for the whole. Charlie Kirk will be largely untalked about and forgotten 2 weeks from now. I don't know what will happen with Turning Point USA.
He was really big, important.
And aside from the moral reason, this is also the pragmatic reason this isn't good. It just makes the movement stronger, no? No, that's a truism that's given, and I don't believe it at all. That, like, oh, when somebody dies, they become a martyr. No, well, I don't think that's true. I think that people are powerful when they're alive. Other people might be able to take advantage of your death as you're martyred, but then that's on them to, like, become a big figure. But the idea that, like, Charlie Kirk will be largely untalked about and forgotten 2 weeks from now. I don't know what will happen with Turning Point USA. That organization, I'm sure, will carry on in some way. Maybe they have some other leadership there that's ready to kind of like step up. But Charlie Kirk is an incredibly important and probably unique figure in U.S. politics, and his death will be I would imagine, a pretty significant blow to the conservative college radicalization movement. So,
A good word, such a solid word.
His wife and I were both raised Mormon, and I left the Mormon church 8 years ago. How do we have a healthy and happy relationship, and how do we raise our children? First of all, it's important to recognize that your position is the correct one, and your opinion holds.
Man, nothing pissed me off more than a person trying to tell me something. Nigga, I got something I can tell you. You were never in a position to give advice. I don't give a fuck how skilled you are. It's your fat ass up. Big out of hand, embarrass people. Fuck no, man.
Yeah, I am a little bit. Last but not least, I know I said that was my last video on the April.
Y'all favorite creators so fucking tough and don't like to admit shit. The first time I was ever scared about social media was when
Y'all began paid to do TikTok live.
hear about what happened.
Y'all began paid to do TikTok.
Hear about what happened to Charlie Kirk yesterday? Yeah, that's nice. Finally, one less person spewing hate around the world. Are you one of those that it only matters when it doesn't matter until it's one of your people that looks like you, right? It only matters when it's a white straight male. You f***ing suck. It doesn't matter when it's black or brown people.
I wouldn't.
I wouldn't your tongue.
I wouldn't jump to conclusions. I was going to ask you why you think that way.
It's obvious. If you have to ask that question, you're part of the problem.
Can you explain Because maybe
I just
pretend I'm ignorant. Why should Charlie Kirk have to die for his beliefs and
How
opinions?
many people indirectly died because of his spewing of hatred, just like Trump, and bringing that out in people? How many other people have died because of that indirectly?
Well, can you give me an example?
What's the difference between him dying and leaving his family behind and all of the Hispanic families that are now without their father? They may not be dead in the dirt, but they are without their fathers in the home.
Okay, I'm just asking for an example of something.
My reasoning.
What
I want to know why it should matter anymore.
I'm asking you. People must an example of what he has said that has caused violence and people to die.
All of his views rely on you not liking somebody based off of what they believe in, who they love, or how they dress, who they pray to.
Hear about what happened. And one more thing I want to say, if you were out there like posting, celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, celebrating the fact that he died, that his life is gone, that he is no more, hit me up. I could always use more like-minded friends. And one more thing I want to say,
every single time I see a picture of Tate McRae, I'm reminded that her and I are both women, the same way that a shark and a tadpole are both technically fish. Like, that's so nice of us to be in the same category, but we're not the same. Every single time I see a picture of Tate McRae, I'm reminded that her and I are both women, the same way that a shark and a tadpole are both technically fish. Like, that's so nice of us to be in the same category.
Girls will literally get weirded out over the most normal shit. Like, you'll be at the pregame, you don't really know anyone.
So he told two stories in this video, one being he was at a pregame and then he walked up to this woman just to start a conversation. She said something later that he was like creeping on. Second story, like him and some friends were at a bar or club or something, and then he got drinks with like one of his mutual friends and he touched her on the back as they were ordering their drinks. She said that he was weird and creepy. And I hate to tell you this, bro, this is not a universal experience. I think you're...
Oh, shit. And, so used to oh, I mean, like, that's foul. This one was big. That was, bro, I'm not gonna lie, I was already holding that, bro. Oh my god. Bro, I was already holding, bro. The center of this nigga has bad, bro. We just went up and we was like, let's go. Bro, no, it's great. Yeah, get up. The center can shoot, though. The center can shoot. Everybody watch theirs. Watch theirs. E, you gotta stay with that. Good. Good D, good D, good D. That's cheating, bro. You're gonna set it for last at 6. I know y'all are gonna play that game.
So they want the last shot. Do the same shit back. Do the same shit back. We play this game. Yes, they're gonna get 30. That's what they want. That's all they're doing. Stop.
So they know they can't stop us.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that you guys know that. Hey, they try to do that shit again. Like, I'm throwing them up. I'm throwing them up. Get open. Alright, foul. Everybody foul. Wait on the pass. I'm running back court. Hey, set ladder off ball.
Yeah.
Go.
Oh, keep going. They might want to do the same thing to watch.
Why the
Yeah,
fuck?
they're gonna try to get. Everybody foul. Because these niggas want to get live shots. They want to get live shots. Bet that. These can't stop us. I mean, they scoring too.
Go back court. All the way back court.
Wait on it, E. I'm gonna fake it. Now we foul. Oh shit. Yeah, that spark that. W plays too. Oh shit. So used to put them. Oh! I mean, like, that's fine.
hero?
Power on. Bitch, are you fucking? Girl, come on. Why would you fucking jump?
I think people are going to conflate lack of empathy or like calling for violence in a time like this. I don't think a lot of people are truly comprehending that the exact rights that he's sitting at that table arguing for is the thing that got him killed. And
Should we celebrate somebody's death? No. But when that someone is Charlie Kirk, someone who did not passively hold crappy opinions but actively built movements that were rooted in hatred, we are not talking about celebrating someone's death. Or at least we should not continue to allow the conversation to be framed as such. Because I think that there's two important distinctions that we need to make. One, there's a difference between a person and a symbol. And two, there's a difference between celebrating somebody's death and feeling relief at the removal of a symbol. Because Charlie Kirk was not just a person, but he became the embodiment of ideologies that were rooted in hatred, cruelty, dehumanization. So he held symbolic power. And his symbolic power was not just justifying, it was inspiring real world violence. So it is okay to feel relief at the removal of said symbol. It's going to slowly spread hatred. It's the same way that his symbolic presence held power. The removal of his presence is obviously going to also hold a lot of power, but we need to be careful to be feeling relieved at the removal of symbol and not celebrating somebody's death, because it is a slippery slope. It crosses the line, and we shouldn't do that. But I don't think that is what we're doing. I think that conversations are being pushed toward that direction of, oh, you think you're the person who celebrates these death. I think that you're feeling relieved, but we should be very clear in those times. I'm going to Charlie Kirk shooting. I don't give a fuck. Really, what do you think? Like, how am I supposed to feel? I'm looking at it. I think the church today, people doing nothing. What's wrong with you? Gotta get to our, I know where this shit happened. You can go there and promise nothing. What about that nigga? What I'm doing is fake. I only control what I can control it. I control it. It's go for my nigga. Now, they see a video though. That nigga shaking like a damn waterfall like this. It's not funny. What are you doing, nigga? My opinion don't fucking matter. I'm first not of all these people in this whole United States. This is change my life one bit. My life is gonna change. And I'm leaving this earth ain't changing me. I don't give a fuck. You can't even catch me because one, I don't get. And two, I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna try to have the same Simon shirtless. What's up, you? So.
0 moments. Fine, I'll work for you. Fine. Y'all saw that therapy? What? My therapy? Make sure to get a phone. I don't need it, but I need it. The name's Cinnamon. One spoonful of me, and you won't be able to catch your breath anytime soon. It would take one bicycle to turn your chihuahua into a fucking pancake.
Because you just dragged me around New York, and I just wasted my entire day, literally trying to make it seem that, like, this whole time you could have just called her, and you could have just been like, bro, what?
And this is Mother Nature. Mother Nature is brutal. She doesn't care about you. She's the wrath that hurts. Because we've been on this planet, and we are ruining it. And all your freaking little hobbies.
It's disgusting to be celebrating someone's death.
On May 2nd, 2011, United States soldiers in Pakistan found and incapacitated Osama bin Laden. Shortly after, wrestler John Cena announced to a WWE crowd of 10,000 people that he had taken out bin Laden, to which they erupted in cheers and celebration. This guy was a father, and he was a husband, and people were cheering for him. Well, I've seen the phrase, we can't just get rid of people because they have different politics flying around the highway. Bin Laden didn't fly those planes. He wasn't physically taking action in his attacks. The reason why America took him out and why people were happy to see it happen because he was viewed as a threat to our safety because of his words. Because his ideologies and the things that he said radicalized a group of people
take actions that we deem dangerous. He was taken out because we recognize that his different opinions, his different politics directly led to danger. The reason why it's easy to justify cheering for somebody like Bin Laden being taken out is because he was almost unanimously looked at as a bad guy by Americans. Nobody cared how many kids he had, or if he had a family, or if he none of those talking points. He was bad, he was a threat, and his ideologies were viewed as dangerous. In 2019, a far-right extremist opened fire in a Walmart in El Paso, Texas, specifically targeting blacks. Over 20 people lost their life that day, and Charlie Kirk was mentioned in that man's manifesto, as well as the replacement theory. Charlie Kirk regularly spoke out against the dangers of immigration, as well as being openly saying that the replacement strategy is well underway every single day in our southern border. I don't cheer for anyone's past, but I promise you, you're not going to force the passion out of people for a guy. We have physical evidence that his ideologies and influence were a direct threat to certain groups of American safety.
I think it's disgusting.
Code Orange, let's go to
It's like Deontay. Why is it so hard? Even if it's someone you don't like, a political talking head.
Says Henry, do you know if you can reheat Bofa? Bofa, I'm not familiar with Bofa. What's Bofa? And thanks again, Edith Dads, for reading our channel. Space 20021 says, Bofa, these nuts. Ah, yeah. And okay, so it looks like I've been the subject of some kind of prank. I want to, for anybody who's taking the lesson seriously here, there's no such thing as Bofa.
And I don't think that a white person has the moral high ground to be saying this is to be condemned and this is not to be condemned, because you just don't understand it, right? So I'm not excusing unaliving, by the way. I just wanted to say, I don't condemn it. I mean, I condemn it. I don't condone it, right? I'm not going to sit here and celebrate. Even on my lives, I clearly said I won't celebrate it. But at the end of the day, if a black person sees me and celebrates it, I'm not going to condemn them. And I'm black. And I don't understand why white people always feel entitled to tell black and brown people how we should feel and how we should react to harm caused to us. Because, you're a white cishet man. At the end of the day, the rhetoric that Charlie Kirk was writing does not impact you. You're not directly going to be harmed by it or impacted by it. So I don't get why white people in general feel like they are entitled to tell a black or brown person how they should be reacting to their own oppressor or to their own dehumanizers.
No, I mean, I think in the sense of, you say that, you probably shouldn't react in such ways, you don't go out and celebrate the glorification of political violence and something like each other and acting around the family. I get, the aspect of this where, we're talking about the fact that individuals are going to feel some level of relief because you got a proponent of, very hateful rhetoric, which materializes harm. Now stop that hateful rhetoric materializing into harm. I get why that's an individual struggle, okay? Just that rhetoric ceasing, okay? That fact on its own, I understand, I understand. Rhetoric existing that perpetuates oppression, rhetoric not existing that perpetuates oppression. That is my issue in substance of relief, okay? But I think, once again, where, my issue lies, there was a couple of isn't there. My issue is more so within, as we've already talked about a couple of times, the celebration of the point of someone going from alive to dead in a violent manner in front of their family and 1,000 people. I don't know. Maybe, I'm really trying here. I swear to God, I'm really trying here. And then once again, where I said is at the fact, I had the reaction I did. If you're out there and you're not feeling like super sad, okay, whatever. I'm not going to judge you. But more so within the glorification and the justification. Where do you think the line is when it switches from unjustifiable political violence to self-defense? The issue right now, and I've said this a lot actually, although not really in the context of killings. I'm saying this a lot now again, but people keep saying stupid shit, it's just words, it's just politics, what, we shouldn't be killing each other over this, wars are politics, I don't know what that is supposed to mean. I feel like we did it ourselves, because so many people have gotten sucked into this political hobbyism, where politics is just a game and aesthetic for everybody online. It's imagine you have 1,000 people that are all street fighters, but in reality, all of them are doing pro wrestling. So then imagine 3 or 4 guys show up who are actually boxers or MMA fighters, and they start killing people, and then everybody's looking around and it's oh man, why are people dying? We're just fighters. Nobody should be hurt out here. And it's no, you're not fighters. You're doing pro wrestling. Nobody should be hurt like that. But because everybody's calling themselves real fighters when they're pro wrestlers, nobody understands when the actual fighters show up for killing people, shooting people, and assassinating people, and murdering people. That is politics. That's politics. That's how politics works. And you get a bunch of people, writing down violence doesn't solve anything. Excuse me, I welcome you to look at the entire history of planet Earth. There's no words shouldn't be violence. Excuse me. That's literally politics is communicating words and ideology. Yes, this is what politics is. When I say that, I don't necessarily mean to say that as though politics should necessarily lead to people in a country killing each other. In the United States especially, it shouldn't. But I'm saying that it can and should be expected if that's how you practice it. What do you think the line?
I think it's a fun sky. She's women.
Classic homophobia. Who could have expected that? And see, videos like this are exactly why not chasing a woman is a flex. She's in her car insinuating that she doesn't care, but in reality, she's complaining about a guy who chose to not chase her. Really and genuinely, if you're a man watching this, is that the kind of person that you want to appeal to? I'm not talking about whether you're attracted to this person. I'm saying as a human being, is that the kind of person that you want to be? The kind of person that's going to call you gay because you want things to feel mutual between you two. Like, you're not being with a person like that. You're not giving a person like that what they want is a flex. Same way it's a flex for a woman to not put up with a man, put up with an environment where she's not treated with respect. It's like the same way a woman can get on this app and be like, oh, I'm with this guy, he's treating me the best, blah, blah, blah. But there's just one little thing. He's a perfect guy, but there's just one thing. Like, I want more. And then leave him, and it's, oh, congrats, you're better, blah, blah, blah. And it makes the same video. It's, oh, blah, 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 blah. A lot of these people on this app, not all, but a lot of these people don't have the ability to see past their direct experience.
Oh, it's on there.
Not scared. You're not scared. Niggas like Deontay Carter. Why is it so hard for people to see the big picture? Even if it's someone you don't like, a political talking head just got murked on camera at a event.
I won't let anybody distort reality and try to paint this picture that Charlie Kirk was this God-fearing family man who just wanted to go to college campuses and debate. Roll the fucking tape. Do you guys know what an opinion is? An opinion goes something like this. Yeah, I prefer Pepsi over Sprite. Not, if I get on a plane and I see a black pilot, I'm going to wonder if they're qualified. That's racist. The guy didn't believe in everything. The guy was transphobic, homophobic, Islamophobic, and then says he loves Jesus. What fucking Bible are you reading, motherfucker? This is literally the epitome of look around and find out. You can't just run around the entire world spreading the most vile shit ever. Thousands of kids and women just being fucking off the map in fucking Palestine. And this guy's cheering it on, and then he gets domed, and I'm supposed to cry for the motherfucker? What the fuck are we talking about? I won't let anybody distort.
What's making dating so difficult is that women are still unknowingly perpetuating patriarchal ideas when they want a more modern relationship. So I don't care if you want a traditional relationship or if you want a modern day one. But the problem is when you come with such high expectations, wanting both. So a lot of women break the mold of traditional households or dynamics. Like, I'm the boss of this bitch, I have my own business, I make my own money, I have my own opinions. That is great. You have broken the mold. You better be giving potential partners the same grace. So you're probably not going to be as feminine as women were in the past. So you better be okay with the men you might be dating not being as masculine as they were. Because the expectations that people have with men being financial providers and, being able to meet in relationships and be gentlemen and have a chivalrous behavior, those are all ideas and concepts created and perpetuated by nature. Probably more positive ones, but what people are doing is that they're nitpicking what they like and don't like and treating it like it's a buffet. It's not a buffet. Because if you make $300,000 a year, you don't need a man to make more money. You can desire a man to make more money, and that's okay. But you're going to hold men to a standard that you yourself do not meet. And so if you want them to be more traditional and you're not traditional, it's hypocritical. Men have become more passive and more feminized than they have in the past because the conditions aren't set up for them to succeed as easily as they used to. The common man cannot support an entire family on an average income. It's just not possible. And so while women are developing more skill sets, developing more masculine traits, men, we're kind of getting a reality check where, oh shit, I am being invited to a level of masculinity that hasn't been required before because the bar has been risen. So a lot of men are struggling to step up and meet those expectations. But if you don't want a traditional life, if you don't want to be a trad wife, that's totally okay. The old paradigm hasn't completely eroded yet. A lot of people still want that, and that's fine. But if you don't want that, you need to be able to adjust your expectations to something new. Relationships aren't going to look like what you're used to. There's a lot of conditioning that women don't really still have that are perpetuating these things that they claim they don't believe in and that they don't want. There's a lot of modern day feminists still being fighted for by a man. Those actions aren't aligning with the belief system. And there's a lot of hyper-independent, business babes that want more traditional setup, but they have a hard time delegating decisions or letting go of control and being able to be more flexible. So when it comes to modern day dating, you better know yourself because it requires a lot of knowing yourself and identifying your strengths and weaknesses.
Understand why some black men have a hard time dating high-earning, six-figure black women.
Just enough they know is they back at it again. Your discretion's advised.
And it's me sometimes that actually think, because I'm like, what's the disconnect? Why are high-earning, successful black women, like, why are they single? And if the dating pool shrinks behind the book.
Okay, we also good start. That is very true.
And me in the world, in a system of insurance, where every day is catered to a man. They make really good, a man really good for me. They can get up, shower, brush your teeth, set a table, they go to work. Everything else is done for him. Clothes are washed for him. Meals are prepared for him. All he does is probably take out the trash. And he's great up there, like wash dishes, and, help with the household chores, and outside of that, he's being catered to.
Yeah, she just minimized man's life to getting up, taking a shower, brushing your teeth, sitting at a table, and going to work. That's all men have to do. The dating things are getting worse and worse by the day. And then to support that crazy ass statement, she gives examples of his meals being prepared and someone going to laundry. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. After 2025, having someone cook your meals and do your laundry is the ultimate level of being catered to. It is the clearest picture of how men have to be easy. It is slowly but surely making sense. That's why she's been making this video in the first place. A woman with a mindset like that, see why she's single. For the record, we don't have an issue dating or having sex with you. The fact of the matter is we don't like to deal with the characteristics that you guys adopt. Just start making that kind of way. And I'm almost 100% sure at some point in time in this video, you're going to do that very when I just know.
So, then, why then
Oh, so black men are supposed to live to your standard. We're supposed to be the standard that you have in your brain. And if we don't,
There is Ray Davis, 51 yards on that drive alone, running and receiving. He's a guy transferring over from Vanderbilt. 9 months ago when he jumped in the portal, everybody wanted him. 11 years ago, as a foster kid, really nobody wanted him. And then there is Ray Davis, 51 yards.
The best.
If you wear glasses and you're tired, then
Man, y'all niggas shitty. Fuck you, bitch. Go wash your pussy.
You know what? Let me stop. Your voice says enough.
Man, y'all niggas shitty.
Shut the fuck up. How about that?
Fuck you. Bitch, go wash your pussy.
You know what? Let me stop.
wait for it. Nah, I want another one. Blitz, all out blitz. Double that rip. Okay, I want another one. I'm not satisfied. It is. I'm too racist. Oh my God, I want to make somebody quit today. I want to make somebody grade out. Bump them. Chris. Oh my gosh, I'm blitzing. Blitz the lead. Hound him. Oh, I got the whole team quit. Yeah, I got the whole team quit now. I'm too racist. Green light. This other party don't see right. Man, I gotta get off of lockdown. When I get in that mode, nobody, the other team don't get to have fun. Like, they paid $6 plus VC to have fun too, and I'm just taking all of it away from them. Boy. Oh, gosh, I'm going to kill.
Take me through that.
Where's she going?
Take me through that. Take me through that.
Oh, gosh, I'm going to kill.
Take me through that.
A lot of people are demanding that you grieve for a person that has not grieved for people like yourself and has actually used every single opportunity to continue advancing a very violent agenda. If you are to say political violence is completely unacceptable in a civilized society, it should not happen. That's my take as well. I think it's ridiculous. I too was traumatized by the footage of a person that I've known for many years, a person that debated on multiple occasions, a person that was supposed to debate. Having said that, however, I think a lot of people just turn around and go, no, it's not enough that you said political violence is unacceptable. I want you to cry real tears for me right now. You want me to engage in performative grief? Like, this is so strange. It's such a strange demand that you're making. And it's ridiculous that it's not enough that, you say this is unacceptable, this is terrifying. It's not enough that you say that. You have to also just mourn in the same way that they're mourning, feel the same things they're feeling. They hate you. You demonized him the most, Turk. I demonized him the most. What am I supposed to do? Not argue against them? Like, do you understand? There was never a moment where I've ever advocated for violence against Charlie Kirk. I have obviously argued with Charlie Kirk, both in person and also on the internet. What do you think I should have done in this process? Should I have just said, he's got some good ideas? Should I just lie? So when Charlie Kirk goes on college campuses and talks about how, trans people are not human and immigrants need to be punished, that's just the debate. When I turn around and say, hey man, that's fascist ass hate. What the hell are you talking about? These guys are just our neighbors. I'm demonizing them. That's it. These guys don't want to actually have a debate.
Fuck.
I have to sit there and go, I'm so sorry for being a pussy-ass woke lip. I'm so sorry that I got vaccinated and now I'm gay. I'm so sorry. Thank you for yelling at me.
Why did you say that the civil rights movement?
I didn't say that. I said it was a mistake.
Why?
I gotta figure it out.
Here. That's trouble.
Get disappointing women. The ability to disappoint women is a skill. And it's a vital skill that men must learn if
Da-da-da-da-da.
Now, this applies to women
Pass the ball, bitch.
in particular, because not only do they typically experience
You know exactly. Doctors get away with way too much because none of us are educated enough to call them out on their BS. I went to a doctor because my foot hurts when I run. I told him the outside of my foot hurts in like the middle, right? At like 3 o'clock, that hurts when I run. And he feels it up. He's a podiatrist, not just a regular doctor. He feels it up. Does this hurt? Does that hurt? He bends my foot and he goes, you know what? I think you have peroneal tendinopathy. And I say, thank you, doctor. And I don't want to waste this time. I'm going to go home. I'm going to look it up and I'll look at all the treatments because the main thing a doctor can do is give you his diagnosis. He knows all of the ailments and he can tell all the different factors and diagnose you, right? And then I'm going to go home and look up how to treat it. I Google peroneal tendinopathy. Peroneal means the outside of the foot, and tendinopathy means your tendon hurts. That's what the fuck I told him. So I went to this doctor. I told him the outside of my foot hurts in the tendon. And he looked at me and said, you want in my professional opinion, you have a condition called outside of your foot tendon hurting. I don't think doctors give you like the wrong answer, but they don't try very hard to give you the right answer. I think there's a lot of doctors phoning it in, and they just don't get called out on their shit.
Dear basketball. From the moment I started sex, game shots and requesting phones. One thing was real. I fell in love with you. Dear basketball.
For my taste, this is a perfect.
I know it's weird.
I was cool with him, but he would always call me LaMarcus Aldridge. I'm like, bro, stop calling me that. So we in the game, he said my whole long-ass name. Like, bro,
The full name thing. Got called all my teammates by their first and last name. You know, straight respect. Carmelo Anthony, hey man, like, you know, J.R. Smith. Everybody by their name. And I saw that a lot of people teased me by it. But that's how I'm social game. It was straight respect. I didn't call no guys by, you know, Melo. I called my first and last name. And it got it going that time, but, you know, that's how much respect I got for him.
Yeah, he was like,
Nice. When you on the block, just come over here.
I'm like, I know it's weird, but I've always envied those people that could like watch a show like multiple times and still like love it. Cause like I can't like even watch a show a second time and be like interested. It's like I don't know, like are you recording? I know it's weird, but are you recording? Who are you? Who are you?
Who are you? Yeah, you are recording. Is this Flight Reacts? Yo, it is.
Begins inside the 10.
Yo, it's Flight Reacts. I know you.
All right, so it's first and 10 back inside the 5-yard line.
Yo, I'll send you 2 bands right now. Send me 2 bands and I'll quit.
I'm going to earn my win, bro. You're going to start the drive.
No, you're not. Give me that shit.
You're a loser, bro. Enjoy that damn cheese and eggs exploit, dog. This game is so trash, bro.
Are you recording?
Who are you?
Oh shit, brother.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I pick Clark.
What?
I pick Clark.
I pick what?
I pick Clark. I pick Clark.
What you saying, bro?
I pick Clark. I pick Clark. I pick Clark.
Fuck off, man. Oh, I hate that shit so much. I think Clark. I don't know what the fucking man's whole problem. It's annoying, and it's doing it all fucking day, man. It's so annoying. I pick Clark. What the fuck does that mean?
I pick Clark.
I pick Clark. So many Christians are coming out the woodworks talking about how they don't believe Charlie Kirk should have died behind a difference in political views, but are the same fucking people that believe people should burn in hell for eternity for their difference in religious views. Make that shit make sense. So many Christians is coming.
Sometimes I just like kill the neighborhood cast to see the innards and how they work. You just go like, just look in the sun and then it's supposed to have a nice nourishing spots and they're still there. See, I don't think my mom and dad's ever looked me in the eyes. I just know my childhood best friend is see with that hammer. I have one more. Sometimes I just like kill the neighborhood cast to see the innards and how they work.
quickest way to know if a nigga is a bitch is if that nigga playing Madden and he punt the ball for the real nigga say fucking throw that bitch regardless. Like, I don't give a fuck if it's 4th and 56 and I'm with my own 1 yard line. Nigga, I'm doing that bitch every time. You know, every time. The quickest way.
What is a video game trope that you're really tired of and you wish they could just drop off?
Yeah, we're about to ruin a lot of video game moments for you guys. This is something my brother and some friends of mine joke about all the time. So whenever you're in a video game, and it's usually a story game, and you discover an area where people had died, or there were aliens, any type of mystery, there will always, always, always be the line where a character goes, "What happened here?" It happens every fucking
Ever since I got 2K26, my PlayStation has.
Like, I can't, like, oh, you can't just be normal. Like, I need weird shit going on. So give an example. Oh, like, I can't have normal sex. Like, I have to have something shoved in my ass. Like, like, I know that's an extreme example, but you know what I'm saying. Yeah, is everything alright? Like, I can't, like, oh, you can't just be normal. Like, I need weird shit going on.
Yo, but he walks like he's tired of everything. Like, he don't even want to clock in. He wants to stay home and just chill, bro. Bro, I wouldn't even want to clock in if I was him. Look, they got a door. For nothing, because you could just walk out right here. So you go in a circle. That's why you don't want to clock in, bro. That's why he was walking like a bachata. Damn, bro. Where's he at? Let me try it as a here. Yo, that door is great, though.
The Lion does not concern himself with learning how to tempo shoot, regardless of the considerable advantage. He grew up using the button, and he'll continue to do so. The Lion does not concern himself with learning how to tempo shoot, regardless of the considerable advantage. He grew up using the button.
His body even does like is it the fencing posture? Is that what that is? I thought that only happened during brain, like concussive stuff though. But he does like the posture shit and everything. I can't believe he loses consciousness like instantly. Is it because of the blood pressure drop? Is that what causes that to happen? You lose, it's like...
You telling me that if I was a man in the 1950s and I had just come home from the war that ended all wars, and I'm working in a factory that's solely reliant on all manpower labor, and I'm working 50 hours a week just for your ass to stay home while the kids are in school. The kids and I just come home, the house ain't even clean yet, you're high off of medication, and you just told me that you made gelatin for dinner? Can you tell me?
Think like a client prefer to get killed by a nigga with emotion and hoes, or it's still like, wait.
You smarter than him. No, Dutch. Your homies down, you'll never slide it, ain't adding up. Get caught with a pipe, you out same night, you fed or what? You pop back in the air, this guess what? It's still be alive.
Did you know that everything is bad? According to people, everything is bad and keeps getting worse. To be fair, this isn't news because things have always been bad, but lately evidence has been mounting that things are not solved and we should start to panic.
They say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. So unless that apple is Eli Apple, and the tree is a route tree of a competent wide receiver, in that case, the apple does fall pretty far from the. There's a lot of separate. They say the apple doesn't.
Boy, this Kyle Lowry fat booty ass, man. What? This Kyle Lowry fat butt ass. That was easy as shit. Yeah. You can see that nigga fat ass butt through the silhouette. Come on.
I feel like when people say they talk to themselves, they don't take it to the same extent that I do. I've literally had interviews with Jimmy Fallon. Sir, I have a question. Yes. If I held your mother hostage, would you suck my cock to save her life? What's wrong with me? I don't know. It's a question.
Want to do a safe hot.
So apparently Charlie Kirk's shooter's dad was the one who turned in the shooter. Like, the shooter's dad turned in the shooter. And that concept is absolutely absurd to me, okay? And I know there's two different schools of thought on this. Personally, I'm of the belief where I would not turn in my kid for anything. Like, they could tell me they do it, I'm not turning them in for anything. Like, unless it's SA or PE got that to me, I cannot see myself turning in. Yes.
and lead him to the score. 5-second call.
The ball goes to the away team.
The visitors with the ball. Brunson, no good. Here's Bowen. Turnover, they called for 8 seconds.
Away team ball.
Brunson against Kidd. Mobley throws it down.
Mobley.
Yeah, this is when they need to lean on him more. Get him the ball and let him build some momentum. They're going to turn it over. They couldn't get it in bounds that time.
The ball goes to the away team.
Brunson against Kidd. 3-pointer. Brunson, no good. His shot selection's been poor. If I were coaching this team, he'd be sitting next to me. Brunson's got 2 of his 8 attempts to fall from the floor. Here's Brown. Finished off by Brown.
Pay attention to those people who are reducing this man's evil to something as simple as an opinion. The nigga was not speaking just opinions. Take note of all the people in your life who feel bad for that man. Not for the kid, not for the wife. I'm talking about who feel bad for that man. Those people are the ones that protect evil. They can be good or bad, feel me? But you're protecting evil. When you go to a movie and the evil villain is defeated of the movie, you clap and you celebrate. When Thanos died, nobody was like, oh my God, what about his daughter? His father? No. When evil is defeated, you fucking celebrate.
And like the way that a rapture would actually make everyone so happy, because all the Jesus freaks would go be with him, and they'd be like, "Yay, we're in his kingdom, love that." There'd be no strife because everyone left behind. We'd just be like, "Free healthcare! Oh, look at that free healthcare! Women's rights."
Yeah, they need to pay attention to the details. Second chance points are backbreakers. You know, Stan, when you talk about the skill set Cade Cunningham possesses, what impresses you most? I think a couple of things, Kevin. Number one, his poise is outstanding. This guy never gets bothered by anything that happens in a game, by any type of adversity. He's just going to come back with the same mindset on the next play. And also, his shooting has improved so much that you've now got to defend him honestly on the perimeter, and that sets up the rest of his game. So, it must be nice, huh, guys?
Late reaction defensively. He quickly takes advantage, grows their lead.
The truth is, he doesn't need much space anyway, but that one was too easy.
Oh, you got to feel for a guy getting dunked on like that. I mean, he's got no shot to stop that unless maybe he can pick up another foot somewhere.
Pass to Antetokounmpo. A three-pointer off the mark. And it's Phoenix's ball. Rice gets the three-pointer.
from long range, just in a groove now, and that tray has been deadly.
Antetokounmpo, no good. Giannis has gone 2 of 7 from the floor here. Shoots the three. Another three for Phoenix.
Yeah, coming down the stretch, they've become reliant upon their perimeter game.
Well, if you're looking to get points in a hurry as the game clock's running down, that's certainly the way to do it.
A prolific inside scorer since his first day in the league. Towns gets the job done down low.
Thompson outside, puts up a deep three. Divac in the post. Towns on him. 5 to shoot. Here's Divac. And that's collected by Brunson. Well, that one should be in his wheelhouse, but just off the mark. Mitchell finds Brunson. Towns throws it down.
And you gotta like that they found something positive here, something to maybe carry over into the next game.
Yeah, a loss stings a little less if you at least feel like you put up a fight, but only a little less. Thompson looking for an opening, and so it's Phoenix easily driving this. They won this game going away. They were the better basketball team by far tonight.
And you gotta commend this particularly here at home. It is a great feeling.
The NBA on 2K Sports welcomes you to Wednesday afternoon basketball with Hall of Famer Doris Burke and Greg Anthony. This is Kevin Harlan. So the opening lineup for the Suns. They've got Mark Williams, Kevin Booker out there with Jalen Green. Then there's Dylan Brooks, and it's O'Neal in at the 4. And for Phoenix, get out there with Klay Thompson. Then there's Brown, and it's Sigma in at the center.
Here we go.
And it's the Suns to start out. Here's Williams. Williams throws it down.
If Mark Williams is on the floor, he is going to finish with a dunk or two, folks.
From past the arc. And Thompson gets it to go in on the assist by Kidd.
And that's exactly what he's looking for. Draining the triple.
Outside, Green. Trying to come right back with the 3 of his own. It's no good. For 3, Kidd. Another 3 for Phoenix.
The concentration from Kidd at the arc. A big part of how he stays consistent from there.
It's Williams, high post. 2 points. That one goes. Williams has got his second basket of the game.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
I think defensively, that is not the way you want to start. Giving up high percentage looks, that doesn't typically end well.
And here are the Suns now. Phoenix able to drain the 3. Brooks misses. Now here's Brown. Little over net 30 into this first quarter. Down to 5 on the shot clock. On the wing, Thompson. Shots good. Brown making the play. Thompson's got 6.
And that's another basket for him. They have really come out blazing here in the first.
Green, no luck.
No one in his way. You have got to make the defense pay. That's a quality mid-range look right there.
And here is Kidd. Pass to Rice. Launches it. Rebound by Williams. It's an 8-point differential. And it's denied.
This is the kind of defense you love seeing. He went after that block and got it.
And here's Phoenix. They're on a 12-4 run right now. Thompson outside. It's in. Outside, Green.
Remaining in the first 2 minutes.
O'Neal looking around. And it's Phoenix with the rebound. Here's Rice. On the wing, Thompson. And he can't extend the lead to double digits.
Not quite enough defense. That time around, just lucky he was off.
To the inside, Williams. Some nice ball movement here by the Suns. Shot's good by Booker.
Well, you see how confident Devin Booker is down low. Doesn't even think twice about looking to score in there.
Kidd kicks to Brown. It's in the tray.
Guys with size who can shoot with range, that is a tough tandem to defend.
Pass to Green. Brooks outside. O'Neal wide open. No good on the three. And it's Phoenix's ball. They're on a 17-6 run. Buries it from three-point range. Thompson's got 9.
Yeah, they have gone full throttle from the opening tip, showing no signs of letting up.
Well, you set the tempo early, and when you get command and control of a game, it's perfect.
And you like to see this from Brooks, right? No need to fall in love with the jump shot. Give the defense different looks. Crushing it right now. They've done an excellent job of spacing the floor.
And what surprises me is the defense hasn't done anything to take away that three-point shot. That has been their preferred weapon tonight.
It's Brown on the wing. Guarded by O'Neal. Outside Kidd. Thompson for the triple.
Big time shot to beat the buzzer there. My goodness.
Well, that's a perfect end to the quarter for them. You have no idea how much of an effect those buzzer beaters can have on a team's momentum.
And so it's Phoenix in command with a 16-point lead as the buzzer's up. And if you're just tuning in, we've got a wide margin on the scoreboard, but plenty of time left for a comeback. And a closer look here at the scoring breakdown for Phoenix.
Absolutely dialed in from beyond the arc so far in this one. The defense is surrendering the long-range shot here early on.
And the other thing I love, how they're making the extra pass. They're not settling for the first shot. They're going from good to great.
Phoenix looking at they've got on the floor. They got nothing. Nick Richards out there with Grayson Allen. And it's Iguodala in at the power forward. Gillespie with a pass to Dunn. Here's Gillespie. Allen a screen on Young. Here's Gillespie. He takes that one up and powers it through.
Yeah, that's a great setup. Screen the defender off and let him elevate.
Oh, right. And wasn't the timing ideal? My goodness. The D with no chance to react.
The execution was simply flawless. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you run that play.
Phoenix with the ball. Following the score by Phoenix. 5 to shoot. Brings it from downtown. Cohen's got 6 in the quarter.
And this is Bowen's specialty on offense. A legit threat from beyond the arc.
Allen outside. Dunn, wide open, he fires. Trying to answer back, but that three is off the mark. Phoenix leading by 20. Now D-Box. Nothing on the board. Pass to Beal. A three. Another three for Phoenix.
Well,
give it up to open teammates.
Out to the right wing. Bowen. Good target from outside. Phoenix trails by 21. To the middle. Here's Brooks. Happy to see that one go in for his second make in 5 attempts.
Oh, nice play from Brooks down in the paint. Not afraid to get physical on the inside.
Outside Beal. Shot clock at 6. Jacks up a 3. The offensive rebound. Here's Bowen. Here's D-Box. And it's passed. They get one to fall.
And with the lead, I like the strategy here. Continue to get the ball to guys who can do something with it.
One thing we've learned in the NBA, the game is never over. So you've got to continue to score, continue to build your lead.
Just no chance there for the defense. Major size disadvantage. He's got no business trying to stop that slam. Just get out of the way.
Well, Bradley Beal does not need to handle the ball to be a threat. He gets to the catch-and-shoot game and makes the defense pay.
Booker in the corner. Three-pointer. Sinks the three-pointer. Booker's got 5 points so far.
It's just great court awareness, right? Find the open man. It's an easy game.
Really left alone that time. And Phoenix leads by 21.
Terrific response by Beal. This demonstrates what a competitor he is.
.107 left here in the second. Beyond the arc. Up again. Second shot opportunity. And he sinks the layup.
Yeah, it looked like a foul there on the contact. Still able to push through it for the finish.
Booker against Beal. Booker looking around. Down low. And that one's good. Richards got 4 this quarter.
And when you work that rock down low, take shots from there. You'll shoot it at a very high clip.
And too much time in the lane. They get called for the 3-second violation. Phoenix trails by 21. For 3, Booker. And it's Bradley Beal with the rebound. Here's Bowen. Guarded by O'Neal. And so it's Phoenix. Sitting on a 21-point lead to end the quarter. The scoring has been tremendous, and they are shooting lights out with very high accuracy. We'll get you back to the action after this break. After a very lopsided first half, we'll see if things play out a little more evenly here in the second. Klay Thompson has been sensational.
Yeah, and just look at the numbers from the first half. He has been very efficient.
I think they've taken their time. They've showed incredible patience. It's a sign of a well-coached ball club.
Isaac is out there deep. And there's Bradley Beal. And it's Young. And it's Bowen in at the small forward. That's who's out there for Phoenix. He's the three-pointer. Isaac's got the first points to start out the third quarter for Phoenix.
Well, he is growing up right before our eyes. Jonathan Isaac making these kinds of shots in the catch and shoot. Wow.
Booker against Young. Just 5 on the clock. And Booker kicks to O'Neal. Here's Bowen. He has 6. And they call the 8-second violation. Too much time getting it up court. Guys, if they're going to make a run, no time like the present.
Yeah, and certainly we had to expect a better game than this. Been very ugly thus far.
Instinctual playmaker. Booker very crafty in distributing to his teammates.
Little over a minute gone here in the second half. Pass to D-Box over Williams. And he can't bank that one in. Now here's Booker. He's looking for Williams and finds him. Good. And a nice assist from Booker. Booker's got his 5th assist in this one. And so Young will bring it up for Phoenix. Deal with it. 8 points for him. Pass to Bowen. This one for 3. He throws it from outside. Bowen's got 9.
Well, you allow a shooter of his caliber to get back to the hoop. It's good night.
Phoenix calls timeout. Just around 2 minutes into the final half of play now. Brooks, the pass to O'Neal, and it's in there. O'Neal's got 4 this quarter.
If a teammate's open in the painted area, you give him the basketball. Those are high-quality shots.
Green against Beal. Pass to Young. Go with the 3. Another 3 for Phoenix.
And they have been relentless from deep. And you see the defense trying to react, but to no avail.
Well, that's the whole point, isn't it? If you space the floor well enough, it's almost impossible for the defense to account for everyone.
And an eye for an eye. Both teams working to stretch the floor.
Well, that three-point shot just gives you so much room to operate on the offensive end.
The Suns making a change here. Gillespie's checked in. Right around 3 minutes into the second half. In the corner, O'Neal with it. Tigers the 3. D-Box the rebound. D-Box has got 4 rebounds in this game. Here's Bowen. He's got 9. Shot clock at 5. Young for 3. Bangs home the trifecta. Young's got a pair of 3s now here in the 3rd for Phoenix.
Oh, great look there. Young off a pass to really knock those down. Gives the team such a great element having a 1 guard who can get to the 10.
Certainly something every team wants to have.
Oh, you love it. Fearless, aggressive, leaving no doubt whatsoever.
Now, here is Young. He's got 6. Pass to Bowen. Bounces a 3. Drains it from beyond the arc. Bowen's got 12.
And this is the game plan for him. He's a big part of their floor spacing.
And right now, Greg, he is doing a great job delivering for this team. Productive and efficient.
Some nice ball movement here by the Suns. Here's Williams. And it's Williams with the jam.
And just a step ahead of the D in that possession there, making the pass. Nice assist.
Beal against Green. Outside Beal. On the outside for Green. Good. It's Beal picking up the assist. Beal's got 6 assists in the game.
And one thing about Trae Young, this guy has 0 fear. Always looking to pull from deep.
And it's Gillespie missing. There's D-Box. He goes up and lays it nice and easy. He's got 6.
When you allow good scores to get uncontested shots at the rim, no wonder you're losing.
To me, this is simply stated has been a complete lack of defensive attention and focus all night long.
And so it's Phoenix in complete command. Their lead at 28 points going into the break. And with as many three-pointers as they bring, it's easy to see why they're on the cusp of a blowout. We'll Here now a chance to show you our assist of the game. And it's presented as always by State Farm.
And the definition of teamwork right there, guys. I mean, what great communication between them, and what a beautiful feed.
Nothing better than chemistry, right? Working together to create a bucket.
And 1 quarter to go in a game that to this point has not been an evenly fought contest. Setting the floor for the Suns. Following Booker and Allen on the wings. Dunn is out there with Nick Richards. And it's Gillespie in at the point. Young, right side. On the wing. And they get it back. Here's Bolt. Over Allen. And it's good off the back rim and in.
Assertive offense, taking advantage of the space he's been given.
To the paint. Here's Allen. That's good on the assist from Booker.
Assist goes to
Booker's
Devin
got
Booker.
6 assists now in the game.
Man, can you always depend on him or what to lead you to the right place with that pass? Money.
Now here's Beal. Pass to Young. And it's Phoenix scoring again.
And we tend to focus on the outside shooting with Young, but his in-between game is just as lethal.
Here's Gillespie. Another 3 for Phoenix.
Boy, that is excellent execution. The ball found the spot it needed to go to.
They are in complete control.
This is the ultimate definition of the zone. Everything they've done has worked.
And here's Young. Pass to Bowen. Aziz. Actually coming off the assist from Young. Bowen's got 11 points in just the second half. Gillespie, the pass to Dunn. Nobody near Allen. Another 3 for Phoenix.
And an eye for an eye. Both teams working to stretch the floor.
Well, that three-point shot just gives you so much room to operate on the offensive end.
Now Young. It's Beal on the wing. Another 3 for Phoenix.
You're talking about one of the sweetest shooting guards in the entire NBA. Bradley Beal from deep. Yes, sir.
Booker, no good. Isaac with the ball. Young looking around. Pocket 6. From outside the arc. Allen with the rebound.
And you could tell he thought that triple was going to fall.
Pass to Gillespie. Suns moving the ball around. Knocks down the 3 ball. Gillespie's got a pair of 3s here in the 4th quarter for Phoenix.
My goodness, that's just too clean a look. He takes full advantage.
Rattling two-handed jam.
Well, if you don't take care of the ball, fellas, that's what can happen.
Absolutely, Greg. That makes the turnover even more painful.
At the end of the day, though, it's 2 points. Don't hang your heads. Let's get refocused and play with more patience.
Here's Beal. Isaac down low. Dunn covering. Young outside. Back to Isaac. Here's Beal. It's good. The time running down to the shot clock.
Talk about bailout options. There are few better than Bradley Beal.
that one.
Devin Booker.
You can appreciate the fight now, but it isn't how they came into the game.
No doubt. It felt like they were a little tight for much of the evening. Now they're in a better flow, but it may be too little too late.
Beal deciding where to go with it. And so it's Phoenix easily driving this one. This game may not have been the most exciting we've ever seen, but we have to appreciate just what a clinical performance they put on.
I know their fans appreciated it. And we saw at times just stretches of excellent defense. Potency from an offensive standpoint as well. They bring dominance.
That'll wrap it up. Welcome to 2K Sports. We have the NBA coming up. Great to have you with us. I'm Kevin Harlan. With me tonight, Greg Anthony and Richard Jefferson. And now the opening lineup for Phoenix. Thompson is out there with Jason Kidd. Then there's Brown. And it's Rice in at the 3. And for the Clippers, in the forward slots, we'll see Leonard and Collins. Harden and Beal are the backcourt. And it's Zubac in at the 5, roaming the pace.
Here we go.
And it's going to be Los Angeles off the tip. Down low. That falls. Nice beat that time from Leonard.
Heads up play with the ball there. Getting it in the hands of somebody who's ready to attack.
And Thompson gets it to go.
Whenever the ball leaves Clay's hands, it is the same every single time. You always feel like it's going in. He's that good.
And Beal gets it to go.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. You'll gladly take those.
And how about the concentration on that jumper? It was just him, the ball, and the hoop.
And it's Beal in the corner. Trying to answer back, but that 3 is off the mark. Let's let the 3 fly. And Thompson gets it to go in on the assist from Rice. Thompson's got 9 points.
And this is Thompson's shot, one of the most gifted outside shooters the NBA, the world has ever seen.
Beal from long range. Beal can't get that one to fall.
Oh, he really wanted that triple. Even though he missed, I really like the competitiveness I'm seeing.
Nailed from three-point land.
And that's another basket for them. They have really come out blazing here in the first.
Here's Harden. Phoenix able to drain the 3, and it's a defensive 3-second violation. And guys, what do you think about the offensive approach we've seen so far for Phoenix?
They've really been dialed in from deep. This is a team that has a ton of confidence in their outside shooting ability.
And also, guys, they're playing for one another right now. All those extra passes are leading to easy buckets.
And he shows the focus there, nails the technical. People have said, Greg, he is a system unto himself. In fact, he said it about himself. James Harden's ability, GA, to break down defenses remains in rarefied air.
And even as he runs the step now, there's supreme skill level ensures he remains a threat on a nightly basis. The finish was nice, but the setup was better.
The pick working to full effect before the stuff.
Yeah, you like to pick to set up the open shot. But when it leads to a dunk, okay, even better, we'll take it.
And here's Leonard. After the three-pointer from Klay Thompson. The shot by Beal, no good. And it's Phoenix's ball. They're on a 15-5 run here. Fires for 3. Another 3 for Phoenix.
Yeah, they've built up this lead 3 points at a time.
We'll see if they can keep this pace. Not sure they can win it by relying on just the 3.
Leonard with no one around. And the 3 off target. Phoenix leading by 11. Kidd. Kidd's got 5 assists in the game. Thompson's got the feeling here tonight. 5 for 5 shooting from three-point territory. And Tyronn Lue wants a timeout. Coach is going to talk some things over with the team. Might be seeing something to adjust. On defense, Phoenix. It's a 14-point game. Back to Collins. And again, it's the Clippers missing. Brown outside. Six on the shot clock. Outside Kidd. Shots good. Brown making the play.
Displaying intensity right off the opening tip, especially on the offensive end.
They came out swinging, really setting the tone on offense, and the opposition is not really able to respond.
The ball goes to the whistle every time down to being a legal screen.
That's a very avoidable turnover. You gotta focus on the details.
Donnie's checked in for Los Angeles. Paul comes in for Beal. Unable to get the ball in bounds. They get called for the 5-second violation. .110 left in the first quarter of the game. Harden against Thompson. To end the drought. Los Angeles with another miss. Phoenix leading by 17. Fires the three. The rebound by Harden. 34 seconds left to play in the first quarter. And the dunk by Zubac.
He finds a shooter in motion and is confident he can thread with the lead pass. Well done.
Outside Kidd. There's 18 seconds left to play in the first. 5 on the clock. Thompson in the corner. And a great assist by Kidd as that one goes in. Kidd's got 6 assists in the game. Outside Leonard. The 3-ball. The shot. No good. And a double-digit lead on the scoreboard as we end the first quarter of play. Phoenix ahead. They lead by 18. And don't go away. We'll be back with the action for the start of the second quarter in just a moment. So far through one quarter, it's been a lopsided game. We'll see if that changes here in the second. And from what we've seen, guys, from Phoenix, what do you guys see?
What we saw in that first quarter, they won their matchups defensively.
Making it as difficult as possible for the offense to find clean looks. Great stuff.
On Phoenix, looking who they've got on the floor. Then there's Brown, and it's Sigma, and at the pivot spot, manning the middle. Thompson kicks to Kidd. And the 3-ball is good. Kidd's got the second quarter going with the first basket of the period for Phoenix. Ball, no one around him. Trying to come right right back with the three of his own, but it's no good. Phoenix leading by 21. Here is Sigma. Lets it go from deep. Another three for Phoenix.
Unwilling to let up even for a moment. That's his killer instinct, just fanning the flame.
Always plays hard until the final whistle, no matter what the situation is.
Now here's Lopez. No scoring in this one.
It catches people off guard to see what a smooth stroke Lopez has for a big fella.
On the wing, Thompson. Another three for Phoenix.
He's found his rhythm from deep, and you can see the confidence.
And of course, it helps space the floor, which gives this offense more room to operate.
Ron Lue wants a timeout. He's going to take this chance to talk to his guys. A different look for the Clippers. Collins checked in for Batum. Harden comes in for Derek Jones. And Bradley Beal subbed in for Chris Dunn. Pass to Beal. Collins, a screen on Thompson. Outside Collins. And it's Phoenix with the rebound. Stolen by Harden. Over in the corner, Paul. Good on the triple.
The defense cannot give Paul any airspace, even as the pass is coming his way.
Phoenix leading by 21. Now, here's Thompson. He's got 21. Shot clock at 6. Brown outside. And he can't answer back. The three-pointer offline. Beal from long range. Phoenix grabs the miss. Sigma's got his fourth rebound in this one. And so here's Phoenix. The biggest lead of the game was 24 points. Collins against Kidd. Lets it fly. Jump shot is good that time. Kidd's got 8 points.
Obviously, this guy has a talent for scoring, able to problem solve for whatever the defense tosses at him.
Here's Paul. Good. It's Harden with the assist that time.
The wily vet Paul able to score down low.
Phoenix leading by 21. Stolen by Harden. And in the second quarter, a little under 3.5 minutes played already. And it's Phoenix's ball. And here is Kidd. He's got 8. 6 to shoot. And they turn over the 24-second buzzer, signaling the shot clock violation. A different look for the Clippers. Ivica Zubac has checked in for Brook Lopez. And Kawhi Leonard subbed in for Chris Paul. And Tyronn Lue wants a timeout. As now we'll give him a chance to discuss some potential changes. Klay Thompson with a strong contribution so far in this one.
They have to come up with a new wrinkle defensively because he is killing them from deep.
Left in the first half of the game. To the inside.
Yeah, Beal has better than average vision. He will not miss the open man.
Thompson outside. Out to the right wing. Three-pointer. Kidd. That's his fourth basket of the game. And he's only taken 4 shots off to a good start.
Oh, the concentration from Kidd at the arc, a big part of how he stays consistent from there.
Harden, no good. Now Brown, still scoreless. 6 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Outside Kidd, just 5 on the clock. Pass to Thompson, puts up a 3, and a great assist by Kidd as that one goes in. Thompson's got 24 points. Beal from long range, and that shot was up in time, but doesn't go in. A dominating first half of basketball, and so far hasn't been close. Phoenix ahead, just dominating this one. Stay with us, folks. We'll get back just after halftime to start the third quarter. Well, we've got a second half of basketball for you. We think it's going to be pretty good. A big comeback, though, is needed for this game to be competitive, and it probably has to happen quickly. Klay Thompson has been sensational.
You just love the patience in that first half. Waited until he got the look he wanted.
You love guys who can get their shots within the flow of the offense.
And with a big gap on the scoreboard, the second half begins with very different goals for these teams. One side trying to mount a comeback, one side trying to protect their lead. On the perimeter, we'll see Beal and Leonard. The pair up front, that'll be Collins and Zubac. And it's Harden in at the point. That's the group starting the second half for Tyronn Lue. And out of bounds as Los Angeles gains possession. And it's Leonard with the ball. He'll bring it up for Los Angeles. Pass to Zubac. Some nice passing here by Los Angeles. And here's Collins. A shot by Harden. Wide open. Oh, good with the triple. And it's Phoenix's ball. They lead by the biggest margin of the game, 25. Kidd with it. 11 points in the game. On the wing, Thompson. 4 on the clock. And a great assist by Kidd as that one goes in. Thompson's got 27. Some tough offensive sets. They want to turn it around.
Yeah, right now you just need a bucket to get some momentum.
And that one is good from Bradley Beal.
Beal wastes no time getting those 3 points back.
Takes the 3. Klay Thompson, and that's good. Thompson's got 2 now from beyond the arc in the third for Phoenix. Los Angeles calls timeout.
Trying to find some answers offensively.
Yeah, they need to regroup and maybe try and draw something up that can get them a clean look at the basket.
First minute and a half of basketball here in the third quarter. Inside.
Flying high and throwing it down with the one hand.
One of his favorite moves right there, guys. Now, here's Thompson. He has 30. Pass to Kidd. That's it. Coming off the Kidd's got 14.
There was some nice rhythm to that play.
Leonard, the pass to Zubac. Nails the baby hook. 12 points for Ivica Zubac.
And guys, the best thing about Kawhi picking up assists is that it's contagious. When you've got a dominant scorer setting his teammates up, and everyone falls in line.
Outside Collins. Harden against Kidd. And it's Beal in the corner. Trying to answer back, but that three is off the mark. Outside Kidd. Stolen by Harden. To the middle. Here's Zubac. And the dunk by Zubac.
That's a double whammy, guys.
That's right. A great defensive play. Then the emphatic stop. 2 minutes remaining. You knew what was on his mind. Now here's Thompson. 33 points for him. Clock at 6. Here's Rice. They get it back. Second chance shot. He takes it up and lays it in. 8 points for him.
That's what we call grown man points, and he just got 2 of them down low.
And Beal kicks to Zubac. Outside Beal. To the inside. Dunk by Zubac.
Bradley Beal, that's a nice setup there.
Here's Kidd. 14 points for him. 1:12 left to play in the third. Here's Thompson. Pass to Rice. The tray. It's hauled in by the Clippers. Here's Brown. Takes off the strong D and gets to the bucket for 2.
And that's a great play on the backboard for him. I mean, it's what we expect. All his second chance points do not come by accident.
Collins wide open and fires. That 3 off the mark. Now here's Kidd. 26 seconds left in the third quarter of the game. Here's Rice. The 3. There's Jason Kidd on the assist from Rice. Kidd's got 6 in the quarter.
And perimeter scoring, I have to imagine it was a topic of discussion at halftime.
And you see this so much more nowadays in the NBA. Teams putting a larger emphasis on jacking up threes.
Beal deciding where to go with it. And again, no good by the Clippers. Klay Thompson has been leading the charge for Phoenix. And his big game just keeps getting bigger. That quarter sees him get over 30 points. And don't go away. We'll be right back. And while we can now, let's take a look at today's State Farm assist of the game.
Yeah, terrific, unselfish play right here. Set up his teammate. And how about the setup this one?
We talk a lot about playing for one another. Right there with the pass, he's demonstrated what it means to do exactly this.
And we reach the fourth quarter in a game that may be already out of hand. On Phoenix, looking who they've got on the floor. They've got Brown. Thompson is out there with Kidd. And it's Rice in at the small forward. Thompson with the bucket.
Well, Thompson is having no trouble finding himself shots, and he'll just keep pouring them in as long as he can.
From deep Harden, Kidd grabs the board. Kidd's got 4 rebounds now tonight. Brown outside. Pass to Kidd. Down to 5 on the shot clock. He gets that one. Kidd's got 19 points.
And we're used to J. Kidd dishing the assist. Great to see him pouring in some points tonight.
Paul can't get it to go.
Well, the defense was fortunate. That was a good look from mid-range. He just was trash.
Here's Rice. Over Lopez. Again, Phoenix.
this second half. One team getting the shots they want, the other not so much.
And start with their defense. They've been intense on that end, and they can actually help their offense as well.
And so here are the Clippers, following the score by Phoenix.
When guys are moving the ball, sharing it, it makes the game so much more fun, both as a player and as a fan.
Harden against Thompson. Pass to Brown. Outside Kidd. The shot's good. Brown making the play. Brown's got 3 assists in the game.
And this offense is in a perfect rhythm, and you can see how they're finishing their plays.
Right about that. Seems like they haven't missed.
And it's Paul missing. Paul's gone 2 for 5, shooting 40% from the field. Another 3 for Phoenix.
So many of the plays they're running designed to create opportunities from deep.
With the way they're shooting, there's no need to look for any other shot. Just keep letting it rain. Nice ball movement there. Delivered the pass right on time.
Fourth quarter keeps moving right along. 3 minutes gone so far.
2 minutes remaining in the game. 2 minutes.
And here's Thompson. 6 on the shot clock. From deep 3-point territory. This ball grabs the miss.
A shot like that is a polite way to say, hey, coach, bench me.
Not only a terrible shot, but also at the worst possible time. That's just not a good idea.
Lopez, no luck.
That was a good possession. They got a clean look. The shot just didn't fall.
Kidd with it. Chris Paul covering. Outside Kidd. For the 3. They grab their own miss. Here's Sigma. It's hauled in by Los Angeles. 55 seconds left in the fourth quarter of this one. Done with the slam.
Oh, great find there for the open man.
And Phoenix has possession. They've given up just 8 points in the fourth quarter. Now Thompson. On the wing, Brown takes a 3. Phoenix no good that time either. And the Clippers have possession. About 7 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. All in the act of shooting. Gets the bucket anyway, so a 3-point play chance for him.
It's always great to get into a rhythm, but do it when it matters.
It's a shame, really. If they've been playing like this after they might be in a different situation right now.
On the free throw, no good. And here's Phoenix. Kidd with it. And so it's Phoenix easily grabbing this one. This crowd was stunned by the manner in which their team was dismantled.
You know what? Shocking. I don't care what the matchup is. You never expect a road team to come in and just cruise to the kind of win they did tonight.
And that about wraps it up. So for everyone here at 2K Sports, and for Richard Jefferson and Greg Anthony, this is Kevin Harlan thanking you for being with us tonight. And as we leave you, we give you our player of the game, Klay Thompson.